Do 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 ba-do boo ba-do 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 boo 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 boo. Yeah, we're streaming today. Ma, yeah, we're streaming today. Yeah, listen what I say. Oh, ma, yeah, we're streaming today. We're streaming today. Ba, we're stream. Hey, Eric, how you doing today? Yeah, we're streaming today. We're streaming today. We're streaming today. How y'all doing today? I had a nice long weekend of capitalism, right? Working at the grindstone, doing what I'm doing. Oh, goodness. Tired and exhausted. Early morning, and we're all just recovering from the nonsense, right? We're all just recovering from the nonsense. I feel like I'm 1 inch away from getting a roommate or not having a roommate. And honestly, it's one of those things where I'm just like, I can feel how, like, I understand how people who are within the structure and the system of capital, who are willing to just sort of accept that their lot in life is to work this shitty job and just have this sort of financial security. I can see why people can just fall into this mode of thinking that, well, I've been working for 20 years at one job and everything's been totally fine, so what's wrong with you? Meanwhile, like millions and millions and millions of us have been experiencing like the absolute instability and the silliness and the ridiculous absurdity that capitalism happily puts at your feet. And but simply having like an opportunity to even perceive the idea that I'm actually going to have something of a disposable income again makes me realize like, oh yeah, like if you don't have to think about your finances, if you can just pay for something, right? You can just go to a restaurant, order some food. You don't need to think about your bank account. You can just pay for it and walk out the door, and it doesn't really matter, right? Like it puts you into a completely different mindset. It puts you into a completely different mode of thinking about yourself and the world around you. Mikhail, good to see you. Eric, every time I come and talk to you, you've always got a story about how you're fighting against conservatives, how you're trying to dunk on some conservative somewhere. Good for you, my man. Good for you. Every time I'm talking to you these days, you're just like, this is how I'm fighting these conservatives with their dumbness. I love it, man. I love it every single time. What are you saying to me now? I painstakingly demonstrated how conservatives don't care about free speech when they use legislation to eliminate their enemies, and how they put much more energy on the LGBTQ than other bodies. Yeah, the culture war is real, right? The culture war is real. That it's tempting. Like one of the things I've been thinking recently, like one of the big critiques I have for what could be considered the modern left these days is not just that it's becoming, not just because it's kind of inactive, it doesn't actually go out or do anything, right? Is that it's also happy to engage in the culture wars, right? Like someone like Hassan. Like Hassan is just, he exists in the culture war space and doesn't really feel the need to actually leave that culture war space and to do anything other than see what the hogs are saying about the LGBTQ community again. And there's not actually much reporting or conversation that gets delivered on very serious issues, right? Very, very serious issues. Like, you guys come to the Canadian Commie because I'm willing to talk about stuff like this, right? NATO chief openly admits Russia invaded Ukraine because of NATO expansion. Here's something that you're not going to see on Hassan's show, right? Here's something he's not going to spread around. Here's something that he's not going to talk about. And more I am starting to believe that these guys essentially are permitted to be popular and are permitted to be on these platforms because they don't talk about this stuff, right? That if you do talk about this stuff, then you're shadow banned, you're pushed to the side, you're silenced, right? If I ever did grow a following, I would probably be removed because no one's actually allowed to openly talk about. Like, here's his quote. Here it is, right? This is what NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said. The background was that President Putin declared in the autumn of 2021 and actually sent a draft treaty that they wanted NATO to sign to promise no more NATO enlargement. That was what he sent us. It was a precondition for not invading Ukraine. Of course, we didn't sign that. The opposite happened. We wanted us to sign that promise, never to enlarge NATO. He wanted us to remove our military infrastructure in all allies that have joined NATO since 1997, meaning half of NATO. All the Central and Eastern Europe, we should remove NATO from that part of our alliance, introducing some kind of B or second class membership. We rejected that. So here's the Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, outright saying in front of us, outright telling us to our faces that the stated purpose, NATO expansion, this thing that we've been mocked about, that I've been mocked about, that people have rolled their eyes about and have just hand-waved away, right? We're all supposed to buy into this idea that Putin's just a madman. He just wants territory and all this kind of stuff. Well, here's the Secretary General, the head of NATO, outright saying in front of your face, directly to you, that the reason why Putin invaded Ukraine was over NATO expansion. And that what Putin was saying to NATO was stop expanding NATO. He's just admitting it. Like, these are the primary sources that we're talking about. Right? I've been thinking a lot about that recently. Is that we as communists think and talk about primary sources. Well, here's your primary sources. Here they are. Right? This is what we're talking about. And what's kind of frustrating, and what has been getting frustrating for me, especially over this weekend, is that you can produce this kind of stuff and show it to people, and they just ignore it. It's wild. It's wild to see how often people are just willing to completely ignore it. This, of course, comes from the great and powerful Caitlin Johnstone, as always. This is something I'm going to be coming back to a lot over today because I want to show this around as much as I possibly can. What are you saying, Eric? Yeah. No, but you're basically saying what I'm saying, Eric, right? Doesn't give a damn about the overwhelming scientific consensus, just says it was all your opinion. Yeah. How can you even have a factual conversation when you can't agree what are facts? Yeah. They don't even understand what the scientific consensus is. They just think that it's some voting body and not meta-analysis of thousands of studies. Yeah. Ligon Disease, good to see you. Conton, good to see you too. Yeah, if we can't agree on how to gain facts and knowledge, then how can the left and right ever be united? The scientific method, at bare minimum, should be something we can all agree. But nope, it's just too insane to bind ourselves to the scientific process. How can one claim to be objective? Yeah, and Ligon to Z, I think, is just nailing it. 90% of people are in witch hunt mode, right? Oh, we're in a type of tribal think, right? We're in a type of tribal think. That's all, right? And while that's happening, what have I been saying this whole time, guys? Right, what have I been saying this whole time? Like, the fascists in our society are going to get more obvious. They're going to get more obvious. They're going to say the quiet part out loud. They're going to say it a lot, right? And it's going to get very clear what is happening in the society. Here's a great example. right? Here's a great example. The Australian Financial Review reports that Tim Gurner, the founder and CEO of the Gurner Group, expressed dismay at the current state of the country's labor force. People decided that they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity, he said. They have been paid a lot to not do too much in the past few years, and we need to see that change. He then outlined just what changes would entail. We need to see unemployment rise, he argued. Unemployment has to jump 40 to 50%, in my view. We need to see some pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. There's been a systemic change where the employees feel that the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. Gurner then predicted that enacting massive layoffs would lead to less arrogance in the employment market. So weird, creepy little fascists like this, weird, creepy little fascists like this are everywhere in the society, right? That this guy is just stupid enough to say this stuff out loud. He's just detached enough and arrogant enough to actually say this stuff out loud. And how is he alive? Because he's completely detached. There's layers and layers of security detail to even see this guy, right? That guys like this, they never speak to workers, right? The closest thing that he would ever come to actually speaking to a worker would be his assistant. And his assistant is smart enough to say, to know that the thing to say is yes, sir, right? Like that's how you survive and thrive in this economy, right? You say yes, sir, and that's what you do. That's all. Some detached billionaire says the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life, and you just bob your head and you say yes, sir, and you cash your check and go home, right? And just don't have opinion. Just don't have an opinion. That's how you actually make it in this capitalist economy, right? Just do what you're told, right? And that's how you make it through fascist economies. That's how you make it through, and we know that this is true. Like, we've done studies on Nazi Germany. We've done studies on the post-Nazi world. There's this great book called The Banality of Evil. And in it, because the question is, how do people do this? How do people actually do this? And the answer is, you just say yes. You just say yes, sir. That's it. Just bob your head and say yes, sir. And you'll be put in the position and you'll do the thing. Right? Yep, his assistant should do the right thing, the godly thing. Yep. What is the right wing that needs to be united with? I've never heard a right wing position that the left didn't have a better solution to. Yeah, to me, that's the interesting thing. Like all of this talk about uniting the left and the right, whereas like the right doesn't actually have solutions. Like it doesn't actually have real solutions. That its solutions are on the surface really messed up. Like really, really messed up. Like even very simple stuff that most people would consider kind of banal positions, like increase police funding, right? Like that's the kind of thing that I think even centrists could be tricked into getting behind. Or not even tricked, but just decide to get behind. But the more you think about it, the dumber it is. Like it's just an obvious failed idea that doesn't actually work. It doesn't actually work the way you want it to work. Like conservatives are actually and genuinely saying what we should do is spend more to police a problem than to spend less to solve that problem. And we know that there are solutions to these problems. And to pretend like there aren't, it requires a kind of derangement at this point. Just a willful ignorance and a willful illiteracy. But the truth is that that's where we're going, right? We're super, 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 super on board. We're super on board with this, right? I think people are trying to conflate ruralism as right-wing. To be anti-rightist apparently means to be anti-rural, and that's a lie. Yeah, I mean, I think that traditionally You take a look at the voting patterns here in Canada, especially. Like, rural means conservative. Like, you're voting, you can take a look basically election by election, that it's conservatives that have the rural areas, and liberals and NDP tend to take over the cities. It's generally how that works. DJ, good to see you, my man. Here's an article right from the Maple. I've got 2 good articles today from the Maple, right? Both about the Conservative Party. The Conservatives recently had their convention. This is where the Conservatives all come together to actually discuss what their platform is actually going to be. Conservative delegates debated 30 motions of the 200 that had been submitted for consideration by riding associations. But the truth, right? The Conservative Party has no real solutions for the affordability crisis because Conservatives don't have solutions. And you can take a look at that in the way that they discuss issues. If they're even willing to acknowledge that there is an issue in the first place, which getting Conservatives to actually acknowledge that there is a problem in the first place is like pulling teeth. They spend most of their energy in denial. Right? They spend most, like, they're climate change deniers. They're not actually interested in acknowledging the reality of that problem. They deny the existence, the serious existence of poverty in the society, right? And then when they do acknowledge it, they tend to individualize it, to pretend like it's the fault of the individual. And if you can get them to a place where they're even willing to admit that there is any systemic aspect to these issues whatsoever, they have literally no solutions. And this is who we're handing the keys to the kingdom to. These are the people who are turning around and saying that you should be in charge of the nation, right? Powerful paychecks is a catchy slogan, but the Conservatives lack the ideas needed to make it come true. Who is ready for powerful paychecks? Yelled Rob Batherson at the crowd to open the 2023 Conservative Party convention. The Conservative Party National Council president was pumping up the audience, previewing the 3 main issues that the party brass wanted to impress most upon the delegates. He also asked, who's ready to axe the carbon tax? Who's ready for houses workers can afford? Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre stuck closely to the same points, spending a significant part of his speech, the convention's main event, talking about affordability. He blamed the rising cost of everything on taxes. By blaming these, Poilievre promised he will rein in by eliminating these. Poilievre promised he will rein in the affordability crisis. This language might resonate well as a set of slogans, but slogans won't be enough to address the deepening affordability crisis in Canada. Eventually, people will need to know how their paychecks are going to become more powerful. Aside from the fact that the line powerful paychecks was used just a few days ago in the NDP Labor Days messaging, Conservatives don't actually have serious plans to boost the power of paychecks, nor build houses that workers can afford. Among the dozens of delegates who spoke to the Maple at the convention, affordability was the most common concern that they raised, from young delegates who explained that they are afraid they'll never own a home, to older delegates who are worried about the cost of living for their children and grandchildren. This was the number one issue. And the delegates insisted the Conservatives are the only party with a plan that could end the affordability crisis. Except, the party is short on ideas for how to do this. One delegate who spoke to the Maple said that he supported rent control, something he admitted was not a Conservative Party policy. Of the delegates who did have answers for how to address the crisis, many did not. They often referred to cutting taxes. This, they claimed, is the most efficient way to make things more affordable in Canada. During the opening ceremonies, rising party star Jamil Giovanni spoke on behalf of younger people about the cost of housing and affordability. I feel the housing crisis in this country on a very personal level, the 35-year-old renter said. He lamented the fact that seniors are being evicted from their apartments and placed the blame at the feet of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Giovanni named the issues that so many Canadians are dealing with, issues that will tap into Canadians' concerns and that the party knows they can use to gain political ground. The cost of living and the cost of housing have exploded over the past 8 years. Every delegate who spoke to the Maple about affordability echoed the exact same concerns. But the only solutions that Giovanni said Conservatives would implement to address the housing affordability were to free up land, to build more market housing, get rid of gatekeepers, insist that housing be built around new federal transit projects, and sell off federal buildings to convert them into housing. The party's policy documents are equally thin on solutions to the affordability crisis. The word affordable and affordability only appears 5 times in the 51 pages. In these documents, reducing taxes is the only solution considered to fix the affordability crisis. Canadians who make $50,000 or less per year are the ones most impacted by the affordability crisis and currently pay 15% in federal income tax. In return, they receive the most bang for their buck: healthcare, infrastructure, and a military, if they're into that, which many Conservative delegates are. Tax cuts for Canadians on low incomes are not going to enable them to buy a house or meaningfully catch up with the rising cost of other basic goods. If other costs, public transit, rent, food, daycare, entertainment, and so on, aren't contained, no amount of eliminating taxes will stop prices from rising. A paycheck isn't made powerful because it has less taxes taken off of it. At least the second half of the NDP's version of this slogan makes sense. Powerful unions are the reason why a paycheck might become more, to use their words, powerful. But the most important way to give someone a bigger paycheck is to force employers to give workers more money. That can be done in a variety of ways: higher minimum wages, legislated wage increases, limits to profits that must then be paid out to workers, and so on. These are the ways to give people more money, but they are kryptonite to the Conservative Party, with no election on the horizon anytime soon. Will the party be able to coast with their affordability rhetoric while being short on actual solutions? Or is rhetoric all that it takes to win the government these days? And of course, yes, that's exactly right. I've been saying it for years now. Canadians will vote for the most effective liar. That's become very obvious to anyone. And to pretend like something else is happening is a bit odd at this stage in the game. I don't think Canadians care about policy so much. I think that they vote with their feelings most of the time. Conservatives most of all. This is how you end up with people in the Conservative Party who are talking about affordability. And well-meaning good people, I'm sure, who are in the Conservative Party to try to find a solution to this affordability crisis that is obviously happening. But they refuse to acknowledge that their own party has no solutions, is literally not talking about solutions beyond taxes, which is obviously a smokescreen, which is obviously a cover, so that they can lower taxes for who? Their owners, right? The billionaire class. That's the whole point. That's the whole idea. That maybe they'll lower your taxes by 0.2%, right? But they'll also lower their billionaire owner class's taxes by 0.2%. And that's much more meaningful and much more impactful than lowering your taxes 0.2%. Isaac, good to see you, my man. Yeah, Walmart will help you get welfare and Medicaid in the U.S. if you work for them. Yep, it's fucking wild. It's just wild. Mikhail writes, our tax system is ridiculous, but they will be too tempted to make it worse instead of better. Well, because they're doing everything they're doing for the benefit of their owners, right? They're not interested in you. They're only interested in you insofar as you'll give them the vote. And that's it. And they don't need to, and these days the Conservatives don't really need to say much, right? The F. Trudeau crowd has just lost their minds, and this affordability crisis is tipping everything over. And it looks as though the Liberals are clueless or unable or unwilling to actually do anything. That they are completely in stasis. They're like a deer in the headlights. They don't know what to do. Because, of course, when you're having a crisis of capitalism, and that's exactly what this is, a crisis of capitalism, well, the solution is to confront the capitalists. But those are your owners, right? Those are your owners. You're not going to confront your owners, right? Especially when the stakes are not that high if you're Trudeau, right? What are the stakes here for Trudeau? He loses this election. Okay. So he no longer gets to be the prime minister. Well, he's been a prime minister for a long time, right? So he's probably a bit like, okay, I could be done with that. That's fine. And then what's going to happen? He's going to go work for these guys, right? He knows that he has a job after this. He knows that he's going to go work as a consultant somewhere. He knows that he's going to sit on a board of directors. And how do we know? Because that's what always happens. That's what happened to Harper. That's what happens to every single provincial leader, right? They don't go like back home. Like he's not going to become a high school teacher. Like he's not going to go just like teach high school again. You know, that's not what's going to happen to Trudeau. And so what reason does Trudeau have to even fight? Like what reason do the Liberals even have to put up any fight whatsoever? Like they've done a good job on behalf of the capitalist class, and it's their time to fade out so that the Conservatives can come in, which is what's going to happen. And we're all just going to watch it happen. And one of the things that I think is kind of crazy to see, like here in the city of Toronto, I was just downtown today, just driving around downtown with a friend. And there are all of these buildings being torn down, and they're going to put condos there, right? And they're being advertised as luxury condos. So they're going to put up these condo buildings, and they're going to sell shitty little postage stamp, maybe 600 square feet apartments. And they're going to sell them for like $2 million. They're not even attempting to build affordable housing. They are attempting to build, because at the end of the day, if there's a small group of people who have all of the money, right? If there's a small group of people who have all the money, which is exactly the circumstance that we find ourselves in, that there's a small group of people with all of the money, well, then that's who you sell to, right? You're not gonna sell something to somebody that doesn't have any money, right? Nobody's gearing up to sell anything to me. Nobody's gearing up to sell anything to you guys, right? That's not the point. The point is to find that white whale. They want to sell as much as they can and get as much money for as little work as they can possibly get away with. And right now, our entire market is being used as a speculative market, and there is no political force in Canada. There's no political force in Canada that exists that's even saying out loud that we shouldn't have that should not be the case. Like, it's getting so outrageous and so like on the nose and so obvious that I'm genuinely actually just beginning to contemplate the idea of just like walking around handing out pamphlets being like, hey, stop voting for landlords. Like literally just vote for anyone else. Vote for me. Like vote for anyone who's actually going to say, hey, lower the rent. Like lower the rent. Stop this nonsense. Stop the speculative investing. Stop this housing market that's obviously out of control. Like it's so obviously off the rails that you've got to be out of your mind to actually think like this is normal. And what's so strange is that everybody is walking around like this is normal. Everybody is just kind of walking around, going through their life, pretending like this is normal. When we're clearly demented. Like nobody should take us seriously as a country. Nobody should take us seriously as a nation. Nobody should take our leadership seriously. Nobody should take anybody. Like Doug Ford should not be taken seriously. Olivia Chow should not be taken seriously. None of these politicians should be taken seriously, and nobody should actually take our country seriously, as we absolutely refuse to acknowledge this enormous, massive crisis that something like 70 to 80% of the public is talking about as their number one priority. And it looks to me like the political system, the political response to this is just to shrug at it. Like it's actually like wild to be living in the imperial core at this moment and to watch as the system of capital refuses, and at this point it must be called a refusal, refuses to deal with the crises that it generates. And this is the system that we're relying on This is the system that we're relying on for our survival. This is the system that we're relying on for our future growth, which isn't really happening, right? Canada is going to be the worst of the developed nations over the next 3 decades, right? We're going to continue falling behind, and we're going to continue falling behind the nations that refuse to play the game that we're playing. The nations that are looking at the system of capital and thinking, yeah, we got to move away from that. We got to think of better ways to organize our society. We got to think of better ways. Like places like China have acknowledged that we need to at least negotiate with capital, but they're refusing to allow capital to take their country over, and there's for good reason. For good reason. Like, for God's sakes, I am watching like doctors and lawyers and teachers. I am watching people who did everything right, who took on their student loans, who paid their student loans off and started saving up for a house, and they're saying, yeah, I can't buy a house. It's over for me. Like, I don't understand why anybody would tolerate this. I don't understand why anybody tolerates living in this society or dealing with this situation where we're basically being told to just eat crow. And the people that we're electing do not have solutions. They don't have solutions at all. And yet we still go to work, right? We still go to work. We still participate in all of this. We're deceiving ourselves. We're deceiving ourselves into believing that there is going to be an electoral solution. And I actually genuinely do think that in 5 years' time of this, because it's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. That the system of capital has been taken over by psychopaths like this, right? Like this guy. Psychopaths like this are going to do everything they can to outright, and they say it out loud. They're saying it out loud. We need to see some pain in the economy. Right? That's a direct quote. There's been a systemic change where the employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them as opposed to the other way around. Enacting massive layoffs would lead to less arrogance in the employment market. This person's a psychopath. Right? He should have his assets stripped. He should not have wealth. Like, he should not be able to participate meaningfully in the economy if this is what he's going to say. And yet we're completely beholden to these people and their political surrogates. And in 5 years' time, people are going to be chomping at the bit because they're going to feel betrayed, and they will feel as though they have been betrayed, and they will be right. They will have been betrayed and the conservatives are well aware that that's what they're going to do, and that's what their plan is, because they understand what it is they're doing, because they've done it all every single time they've got into power. It's nothing new. Would demand better? Good to see you, my man. Yeah, capitalists are openly evil, but communists are the demonized ones. Yeah, propaganda works. There's a reason people do it. There's a reason it's done. Like, the worst thing that ever happened to the West was that we erected an education system without education. Right? We just didn't educate anybody in anything. That we told them a bunch of stuff, but we didn't actually take the time to actually go through anything and educate anybody on anything. And I feel as though the deluge of information that we dumped into the minds of our youth was done specifically to force them to sift through all of this nonsense so that they couldn't take the time to actually see what was really going on, should they be at all interested. And it turns out most people aren't. Just most people aren't. Grinning says people are bought into the system, or they've been told they're bought in, so they don't want to change it. They just want to make it better for themselves. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Yeah, nobody's questioning the fundamentals, and that's what's needed for real change. Yeah, nobody's actually interested in improving the system. Everyone just wants to make themselves immune to the negative consequences of it. That's really the truth. That this whole grind set attitude and this whole work hard attitude is just a way to try to convince people that, yeah, obviously things are bad, right? And at this point, even the capitalist system is willing to acknowledge that, right? Even they're willing to acknowledge that the system is a failure and that it's falling apart, right? Even they're willing to talk about it fairly openly. And but the goal, the strategy, is to just convince people that the solution is to work harder for capital. You'll be rewarded if you just work harder. That the people who got to the top got it through hard work, and certainly not because they were born to billionaires, right? Grinning writes, one thing I've had to learn from communists is that you always ask the ownership question. Who owns it? Yeah, how do they benefit? How does it hurt working people? Yeah, never leave the ownership question unasked. And oddly enough, it's one of the things that gets asked the most. Radio Halifax, good to see you, my man. Yeah, we're left to educate ourselves. And then, of course, if you educate yourself, you're mocked for it, right? Because your education isn't in line with what the state has to say, which I find to be the funniest part about it. Like, I've known people who straight up, like, will just read the state propaganda, right? And just take that at face value. And if you dare stand up against the state propaganda, then you're the illiterate one, even though you actually know what you're talking about. And you even know how the state propaganda came to be. You even know who was responsible for putting it in place, and can provide quotes as to why they decided to deceive the populace. So, but I'm the uneducated one, right? So we're in a very silly place right now. Things are very silly because we're basically just taking it on the chin, and we have no one who's actually willing to stand up and act seriously about what is really going on in the society. That no one is actually willing to stand up and say honestly that the reason we are in the situation we are in is because there is a small group of owners, and those owners have gone psychotic. Right? Those owners have gone psychotic. That they are willing to destroy us, and they are saying out loud that their goal is to destroy us. And it's getting more obvious. Right? I've been reporting on this stuff for over a year now. The Federal Reserve and the Bank of Canada have both said that the goal is to reduce the quality of life for the average Canadian. That's what they tell you to your face, out loud, constantly, regularly, that's what their goal is to achieve. And they're achieving it. That they are planning on reducing your quality of life as they say they want to. And the truth of that, I think, is too horrible for people. I think the average citizen can't come to grips with what that means to live in a reality where the people who are running the society are openly stating that their goal is to make things worse for you. Yeah. They're bolder now. That's right, radio. They're bolder now. Well, and I also think that there is like a younger group. I think that there's a younger group that's coming in that are so detached, that are so incapable of placing themselves in a society, that they genuinely do not understand what reality looks like. And they're so demented and they're so deluded that it's not about boldness. I just think that there's a type of cluelessness, right? Like this fellow here, billionaire CEO, says unemployment has to jump to put arrogant worker in their place, right? This is Tim Gurner. I already reported on this, but I'm going to be circling back on this for a long time, I think. People decided they didn't really want to work so much. This is my favorite part. We need to see an unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40 to 50%, in my view. We need to see some pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. There's been a systemic change where employees feel that the employer is extremely lucky to have them as opposed to the other way around. And that enacting layoffs would lead to less arrogance in the employment market. So put aside the fact that this is a desperately psychotic and evil thing to say, that you want to destroy the lives of 40 to 50% of your workforce that relies on the wages that you pay, if you want to call them wages, I guess. So you want to destroy that. So not only is that a desperately evil thing to say, right? It's also remarkably stupid. And the reason why it's remarkably stupid is that he actually thinks that the response from the populace is going to be compliance. He actually believes that if you were to enact these layoffs, everyone would just go, okay, and come to heel. Right? Because he's detached from reality and he doesn't live in it. When what would actually happen if you gave 40 to 50% of your workforce a boot, what would actually happen is a fucking revolution. You would have suddenly half your workforce out of work all at the same time simultaneously. Well, and you've given them the time they need and the desire they want. They know where you live, you dumb fucking idiot. They know what to do and they know how to gather, and they would. Especially if you did this simultaneously and all at once. And so not only are they desperately psychotic, they're also dim-witted and stupid. And they reveal how dim-witted and stupid they are through these kinds of statements. So it's not about being bold, right? It's just that they're too stupid to know that the things they say are so stupid. Right? Like, one of my favorite things to point out from all of this. Oh, I had this really great article. I'm the greatest at this. Yeah, here you go. Why expensive CEOs should be the first ones to be replaced by AI. Back in 1914, the ultimate capitalist CEO, Henry Ford, Nazi collaborator, received the Iron Star from the Nazis, made an argument that liberals, progressives, and union leaders are still echoing in 2023. Ford, Nazi collaborator and sympathizer, said in essence that workers need a living wage in order to afford the products he was producing. So even Nazi collaborator Ford, receiving the Iron Star for giving engines to the Nazis, fueling the Nazi war machine, even he understood, right? Even he understood. This overt, crazed Nazi sympathizer who was on the side of the Nazis all throughout the war, he understood that, yeah, if you want workers to have money to buy the products that you're producing, you need to produce a living wage. So what we're looking at here, right? Because if a Nazi collaborator like Ford can put this together, and our modern day capitalists are too dim-witted to put one and one together, right? It's not because they're bold, right? It's because they're so detached and so ridiculous. Like, they probably don't know where their factories are, right? They probably don't know who is actually producing the stuff that they sell. They probably don't know who's selling the stuff that they produce. They probably don't know who's actually managing the factories, right? Like, the level of detachment is very real. And to me, it's this detachment that is the case in point. That they don't know what they're doing. They just know that they have a lot of money. Ford's argument still rings true at a time when a wide variety of workers fear that artificial intelligence will make them unemployed. An article published by Business Insider on September 11th, reporter Ed Vitron argues that if AI should put anyone out of work, it's CEOs. From writers to teachers to bankers and lawyers, most jobs seem ripe to be replaced by artificial intelligence, with one notable exception: Zitron explains. The only job that seems to be safe from the rise of ChatGPT and other AI tech is, oddly enough, the most expensive and easily automated role, CEO. Chief executives have recently spent a lot of time threatening to replace their lazy, entitled, and unproductive workers with AI, but they never seem to face the same level of scrutiny as other employees do. Look a little closer, though, and it becomes clear that the role of the modern CEO is not only broken, as I've pointed out before, but it could easily be done by the technology we have now. Zitron goes on to note that CEOs typically make over 300 times more than the average worker, despite not being an actual contributor to a company's bottom line. CEOs, he writes, operate based on spreadsheets that are fed to them by consultants, yet lack a real understanding of the business. The solution is fairly simple. We must hold CEOs accountable in the same way that we do their employers, or dissolve the role entirely, Zitron emphasizes. A chief executive must meaningfully contribute in a way that is measurable and delivers clear value for the company. Failing that, I would argue that the opaque role of the CEO should be the first one to be replaced by artificial intelligence. Yeah, this is how you get bricks through windows, for sure. For sure. Grinning writes, capitalism trains people to push everyone else down to raise their own standing. How can we blame parents who, for the sake of their kids, destroy their workers? It makes immorality moral. Yeah. Well, because everything's an argument of... everything becomes, in capitalism, an argument of individualism. That if it's good for me, it's good. Right? That it doesn't matter if there's any bigger picture, and it certainly doesn't matter if it matters to you. Right? That if it helps me, so when Mark Zuckerberg, for example, betrays everyone around him, basically takes the company for himself and abandons those who helped him get to that point, that's a moral good. Because he was doing what he was doing for himself. Right? And that's the way that capitalism would view it. Methane writes, if corporations forget they're making products and services for people, then I fail to really see their point at all, let alone work for them. Yeah. Well, because this is the whole idea and the whole thing. It's that they're not really forgetting that they're making products and services for people. It's that they no longer care. Like, they have all the resources, they have all of the stuff, they have all of the assets, they have all of the money. That now they're buying up all of the housing and buying up all of the land. What do they need the people for? Right? That all they really need to worry about now is just that small group of people they want to keep around them. That for corporate owners and for the billionaire class, it's not about serving a large group of people for any purpose. It's just about having a group of people around them that do what they say. Right? Like, how do you maintain loyalty in your direct inner circle? And that's all that matters to these people anymore. And that if Walmart needs to pull out of a region, or if Amazon needs to pull out of a region because it's no longer profitable, then they'll just be like, yeah, okay, and they'll just do it. And it doesn't matter if they leave those people destitute or without service. Right? And the libertarian-minded simps who simp for these people will absolutely just go and will just shrug and say, oh, well, they earned it. That's their property. They can do what they like. Proving entirely that private property is a demonic force that should not be abided by. Right? If your private property idea can leave people destitute, maybe we should rethink this. Methane writes, just imagine the entirely new levels of detachment that AI will make possible real soon. Absolutely. I'd support a communist society run by AI, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm more or less of the opinion that any significantly advanced society will need to have some kind of AI, at least running the resources, right? Like, at least acting as a resource base or resource distribution. Like, one of the things that is interesting to think about the people who are actually running the society. Like, there isn't like a video game screen right? It's not like you become the prime minister, or you become the president, and then you walk into a room and there's a big screen where you see like all of your provinces, and then you can select a province and there's facts and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't exist, right? That there's no computer simulation that to have all of that information available at a touch. Like you need to sift through documents, and you need to read reports, and you need to see stuff. But if you wanted to actually run like a genuinely large, serious, complex economy, well, you should have some kind of AI at least to deliver information. At least to have information available to you so that you could somewhat gamify what it is that you're looking at. And so that you could take a look at resources and see how they're distributed, right? And so any kind of more advanced and complex system is going to rely on something like AI. Like, you guys think we're going to get to space without kind of gamifying the system, without having some kind of organizational structure to show where resources are going and how they're being distributed and how they're being spent? I think that we're going to need that, right? If you actually want to get to space and live in space, right? Like, and I think that we're going about this all wrong, frankly. Like, I think that we're just being a bunch of dumbasses when it comes to this. Mikhail writes, CEOs are glorified accountants. Yeah, we have to deal with the Oracle problem if we want to replace them with AI. If we can't trust the CEO to make the right decision, why do we think we can trust AI more? I mean, you guys know what the solution actually is, right? Is to give control over to the workers, right? Give voting control over to the workers, because the workers actually know what they're doing, right? Let workers come up with the plans. Yeah, it's a step away from a dangerous hierarchy. Could be a good compromise. Libertarians, skill issue, yeah. Eric writes, well, I hate conservatives telling me that stealing houses for the homeless is sinful. After all, you're taking property away from those who earn their money. Or earn their money by stealing labor from others. Yeah. We got skills. You can be 100 times more talented than a boomer and still need social assistance. Yeah. Methane writes, we could trust AI if all its logics and decisions were open and transparent. If how it worked in reality were public, that's how we could trust. Many eyes examining. Well, and if it was answerable to the workers, right? Like, for me, it's not about the AI making decisions. It's about the AI presenting information. That to me is its most powerful and most interesting thing. It's not about automating a decision-making process. It's about automating an information process. That so much of the problem that we're facing today in today's world is like we have a media system that is purposefully obtuse and opaque, like on purpose. It's intentionally stupid. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe, guys. Make sure you hit the bells, hit the whistles, right? If you have $1 jangling around in that pocket, think about donating. Even more importantly than any of that, although all of that is very important, is to please tell others that I exist. Please spread the word, share the message, talk to people about the Canadian commie, let people know. Try to get people in here, right? So word of mouth is still the number one way of spreading information, even today in the society. Yeah, every 50 questions you ask, it consumes a bottle of fresh water, though. Got to factor in these constraints under climate change. I mean, hopefully we'll reach a point where we've just got a solar panel running the whole thing. I'm going to circle around back on this one, because I actually think that this is probably one of the more important things that has happened maybe in this last year. Probably when it comes to the Ukrainian war, it might actually be one of the most important things outside of the invasion itself. This is from, of course, the great and powerful Caitlin Johnstone, bringing it all to our attention. NATO chief openly admits Russia invaded Ukraine because of NATO expansion. This is a really important moment because up until this moment and beyond, I'm sure, people have been living in a state of total denialism about the role that NATO expansion has played in the decision-making of the Russians. That there's a lot of hay that's been made about NATO, about Russia just being crazy, about him being the next Hitler, about how they wanted to steal resources, and all of this. Well, here are direct quotes, and I'll probably circle back around this a couple of times. This is from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. The background was that President Putin declared in the autumn of 2021 and actually sent a draft treaty that they wanted NATO to sign to promise no more NATO enlargement. That was what he sent us and was a precondition for not invade Ukraine. Of course, we didn't sign that. And then later he says the opposite happened. He wanted us to sign that promise, never to enlarge NATO. He wanted us to remove our military infrastructure in all allies that have joined NATO since 1997, meaning half of NATO. All the Central and Eastern Europe. We should remove NATO from that part of our alliance, introducing some kind of B or second-class membership. We rejected that. So he went to war to prevent NATO, more NATO, close to his borders. This is a total capitulation, right? This is a total capitulation. I'm just going to continue reading the fullness of this article, honestly. Stoltenberg made these remarks as part of a general gloat about the fact that Putin invaded Ukraine to prevent NATO expansion. And yet, the invasion has resulted in Sweden and Finland applying to join the alliance, saying it demonstrates that when President Putin invaded a European country to prevent more NATO, he's getting the exact opposite. Stoltenberg's remarks would probably have been classified as Russian propaganda by plutocrat-funded disinformation experts and imperial fact-checkers if it had been said online by someone like you or me. But because it came from the head of NATO, as part of a screed against the Russian president, it's been allowed to pass through without objection. In reality, Stoltenberg is just stating a well-established fact. Contrary to the official Western narrative, Putin invaded Ukraine not because he is evil and hates freedom, but because no great power ever allows foreign ministry threats to amass on its border, including the United States. That's why so many Western analysts and officials spent years warning that NATO's actions were going to provoke a war. And yet when war broke out, we were slammed with the tsunami of mass media propaganda, repeating over and over and over again that this was an unprovoked invasion. It would have been so very, very easy to prevent this horrific war. Off-ramp after off-ramp after off-ramp was passed to get us to where we're at now. Chance after chance after chance to avoid all this pointless death and misery was passed up, both before 2014 and every year since. The U.S. centralized power structure knowingly chose this war, and it did so to advance its own interests. If people really deeply understood this, the entire Western Empire would collapse. It's the damnedest thing how you'll get called a Kremlin agent for saying that this war was provoked by NATO expansionism and that it serves U.S. interests, even when NATO openly says this war was provoked by NATO expansionism, and U.S. officials keep openly saying that this war serves U.S. interests. The latest entry in the latter category came from the form of a Thursday tweet by Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, which reads, "Standing with our allies against Russian aggression isn't charity. In fact, it's a direct investment in replenishing America's arsenal with American weapons built by American workers. Expanding our defense industrial base puts America in a stronger position to outcompete China." When official authorized narrative makers acknowledge these things, it's okay. But when normal human beings do it, it's Kremlin disinformation. This is because when the authorized narrative makers do it, they're doing it to advance the information interests of the U.S. empire, to explain to war-weary Americans how this war benefits their country, or to mock Putin's failure to stop the enlargement of NATO. Whereas when normal people do it, it's to establish what's true and factual. This all happens as a study sponsored by the EU with a group funded by U.S. oligarch Pierre Omidyar is being circulated by mass media outlets like the Washington Post, finding that Twitter under Elon Musk has not been doing enough to censor Russian propaganda on the platform. This would put Musk in violation of the European Union's Digital Services Act, which will require platforms to restrict such materials. As Glenn Greenwald has noted, the Digital Services Act defines Russian propaganda so extremely broadly that it includes ideological alignment with the Russian state in the category of materials that must be censored, which includes people who parrot the Kremlin's narratives through originally produced content, or by spreading Kremlin-aligned narratives to different target audiences and languages. Anyone who speaks out against U.S. foreign policy relating to Russia online is always immediately accused of parroting Kremlin narratives, by empire apologists mindlessly regurgitating what they've been told to believe by outlets like the Washington Post, whether they have anything to do with the Russian government or not. I myself have no affiliation or interaction with the Russian state whatsoever, yet I receive many of these accusations every single day online, just for criticizing U.S. foreign policy. If I were the NATO Secretary General, publicly gloating about how Putin's efforts to stop the expansion of NATO have failed, it would be fine for me to acknowledge that NATO expansion provoked this war after our refusal to prevent a needless conflict. But because I am harming the information interests of the Western Empire instead of helping them, that makes me a Russian propagandist. This isn't because of the definition of Russian propaganda is flawed, but because it's working exactly as intended. The push to marginalize and eliminate Russian propaganda has never had anything to do with fighting the actual materials put out by the Russian state, which have had essentially zero meaningful existence in the Western world. The push has always been about stomping out opposition to U.S. foreign policy. Like so much else in this world, when examining the behavior of power, it's ultimately all about narrative control. The powerful understand that whoever controls the dominant narrative about the world events actually controls the world. Because real power isn't just controlling what happens, but controlling what people think about what happens. That's the real glue holding the U.S. centralized empire together. And the world will never have a chance at knowing peace until people start bringing consciousness to it. Man, it's always a pleasure to read Caitlin Johnstone. What a champion. What an absolute champion. Oh, I hope that she's with us for a long, long time, writing stuff like this. I hope I have the opportunity to read more. And I hope you guys keep tuning in to hear it. It's a real pleasure to have you guys here. I wish that I could do more. I wish that I could do more. I pray all the time. That I'm given the opportunity and the chance to do more. That the burden of capital will steadily fall away from me, and the energy that I put and that I waste into that direction will be put towards fighting the good fight, fighting to find the truth, fighting to find the reality of what is actually happening in our society, so that we can continue pushing to ensure that every single person can simply have food and shelter, can simply have access to food and simply have access to shelter without concern, without being worried, without any anxiety, fear whatsoever, that it exists and will always exist for them as a guarantee of their existence, as not just a citizen of their country, but as an inhabitant of the world, and as a human being. That instead of spending money and time and effort and labor and resources on war, we could spend half that amount to help our fellow man, to ensure that the person to the right of us and the person to the left of us has a floor upon which to stand and a boat to paddle in. That I think that my greatest sin is simply saying, why is it in a country where we can shoot rockets at space, where we can build space stations, where we can build helicopters and weapons of war and set off bombs that can obliterate entire cities? How is it that in a nation that can build buildings so high we call them skyscrapers and achieve wondrous acts of technology and send satellites into the air, how is it that we simply cannot feed our citizens? How is it that we cannot shelter our citizens? Because at the end of the day, this question is the largest concern for the capitalists. It is what leads them to reveal their psychotic nature. It is what leads them and inspires them to reveal to us how desperately evil and psychotic they truly are. That they understand, if they understand anything, that if we simply had access to food and shelter, that if the mass of the people were simply allowed to go to a store and pick up food, turn on a tap and drink water, and exist in a space without concern as a guarantee for their existence, then they would be much more difficult to enslave and exploit. And they understand this. They know this. And so they're fighting against it. Even though the entire promise of their system is that it delivers on that. Secured food and shelter, and then more. That's what the lie of the American dream was all about. And as the lies of capitalism begin to unfold, and as the people who are lying to us and galvanizing our rage and our anger about the abandonment of the capitalists against us, as it becomes more obvious that they too exist in order to abandon us, the population's hysteria will turn to rage and fury. And my greatest fear, my greatest concern about the people of this country and to our neighbors to the south is that hysteria-based rage will be galvanized and directed in the manner by which we have become accustomed here in the West. That minority groups will be scapegoated, that a small percentage of the populace will pay the cost, and that the energy of the populace and their rage will be depleted against that force. Kevin, good to see you, my man. I hope you're doing well too out there, my man. I hope you're doing well too out there. Well, thank you, radio. I appreciate it too. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening, my man. I just need to keep talking. Because I believe this too, Mikhail. Words have the magical power to shape reality. I definitely believe that. That we are turning our inner intentions into reality first through the words and the language that we use. And that we can influence others around us through that language and through those words. Which is why it's so important that anybody who says anything other than capitalism is inevitable needs to be completely silenced and chased out of the discourse, which is going to get worse. Methane writes, there's some rabbi that popped up on my YouTube feed like a year ago who's got tons of videos on the Kabbalah of this or that. I really like the way of thinking and views meaningful stuff. Yeah. You're going to find, actually, that the people who really dedicate themselves to religious pursuits in a serious way usually do have something interesting to say. In one way or another, in one thing or another. Even the evangelical Christians. Like, if you actually listen to the evangelical Christian theologians, there is some interesting stuff in there. Of course, they get lost in the weeds in a lot of ways. I think the place where the evangelicals lose the thread the most is by insisting they have a magic book. Like, that's when you kind of lose the thread. That instead of saying, here's an important text from which we derive understanding about our reality and learn something about ourselves and the nature of where we are, you say, here's a magic book God wrote. Follow its edicts exactly. Somewhat losing the thread. Simon Jacobson. But John, I was told that food and shelter are not human rights. So who cares if people can't afford houses? They just have to work harder. Yeah, they just need to earn it, right? They just need to earn it. Just how you earned being alive, right? Just how you earned the life that you are in right now. You earned that, right? And the death that you're going to experience, you earned that, right? Those are things that you earned. So you better earn your survivability, because you definitely earned your birth and you earned your death. Right? That makes sense. Grinning wrote, I held a conversation with my far-right friend who attended January 6th. Well, he's a true believer. About how the obese milking welfare is actually a compassionate thought. The obese milking welfare is actually a compassionate thought. I'm genuinely to the point now where I no longer care about this. That if you are 500 pounds and you are milking welfare and you know you're doing it and you're just stuffing food into your face, then I don't care. The scale of that problem, the amount of money that the society is actually paying on that problem is so infinitesimally small. It is an insignificant percentage when compared to the much larger problem of capital. Somebody who is walking around complaining about the obese milking welfare is not too much different than somebody really whining and crying loudly about stubbing their toe in the middle of a house fire. This to me seems to be exactly what I'm seeing with these people who are pointing at the obese milking welfare. It's how you know that they are unserious people who are simply acting from a place of hysteria-based emotion and rage. That they're not actually interested in looking around and seeing that the house is on fire. Nor are they actually particularly interested in looking out the window and seeing the capitalists with buckets of gas spraying them on the house fire. No, they're going to complain that there's a couch in the way that they stubbed their toe on. That's what they're going to complain about. It's so intentionally obtuse at this point. Like, I need to find better language than this. I know I do. But there just does come a point where you have to call it how it is. Like, it seems intentional. It seems like they do know better. It seems like they must know better. It just seems like they can't possibly be looking at this incredibly insignificant percentage of people who let's say they exist. Let's say there is, in fact, this big, fat, obese person who's sitting on the couch going, ha ha, I'm getting money from the government for free, ha ha. Well, how many of these people do you actually think exists? Do you think it outweighs the scale of theft of the corporate state? Do you think the amount of money that has been siphoned from the populace into the coffers of the wealthy, do you think it's bigger in scale than that? Than the billions, if not trillions of dollars that has been transferred into the hands of the rich over the past 5 years? Do you think these welfare queens are more significant than that? Because if you do, then you're deluded. You're just out to lunch on a scale that can't even be really discussed. Like, it's like watching a house explode and then commenting on how you're not going to be able to get water from the pipes anymore. It's just like focusing on the most irrelevant shit. He also tried to convince me that the genocide of Native Americans was justified. I think you'd have to be a real piece of work. I think you'd have to be a real piece of work to actually think that way. And I actually do think that you guys know that I've been really struggling with this, right? The worship of the self and the worship of money seems really obvious. But there's a third component to it. And for a while I was saying the worship of stupidity, but that's not right. That's not right. That it is akin, and there is an aspect of it. And I started thinking this way when I was thinking about Peterson. There is this aspect of just you're defending your country, you're defending your people, you're defending your tribe. You're defending your tribe because it's your tribe and for no other reason. And maybe that's it. Maybe that's the thing, that maybe I should contend with that for a time, and maybe I should allow that to bang around in my consciousness for some time. That it's the worship of money, it's the worship of the self, and it's the worship of the tribe. That regardless of the facts and the evidence and the truth of the massive negative consequences that your tribe has inflicted on others, all of that can be forgiven or forgotten or put to the side or ignored or downplayed or simply omitted because it is your tribe. That if your tribe sends an army through a location and commits a genocide against a people and just wipes them out, but you plant a single flower, then it's the planting of the flower that matters most. It's the worship of the tribe. And just because it makes you sound stupid, and just because it relies on ignorance and illiteracy to flourish, that seems to be just a byproduct of it, not the thing itself. Yeah, that's something. I mean, people have been defending genocide, and one of the classic defenses, right? People still do this to this day. Those people are better off for us coming here. Those people were better off. That before they were just savages, right? They were just living in mud huts, right? They didn't have a culture. They didn't have technology, right? We came here and made their lives better. They're better off now. That's common. It's a common screed. You hear all the time. Eric writes, "My friend and I have been doing a debate over the welfare state. She is absolutely convinced that if we just gave everyone food and shelter, that the society is going to collapse. Because everyone is simply selfish to actually be productive in the society." You know what my response to that is? And I understand that this sounds flippant. But it's the truth. Is that, yeah, the society will collapse. And? Look, what do you think we're trying to do here? Look, what do you think the goal here is? The goal is to dismantle, to destroy, to tear apart, to rip down, to collapse a system that has failed and that is going to continue failing. That's the point. That when we go to the Death Star with the intention of destroying the Death Star, that if somebody stands up and goes, if you do that, you'll destroy the Death Star, the response should very firmly be, yes, of course. Yeah, of course the goal is to collapse and destroy the Death Star, without a doubt. And that what you'll end up with in your collapsed society where everything's destroyed and torn apart is groups of people living safely in shelter, eating food, and participating in the wider economy to the degree that they must. How terrifying. Oh no. You mean people are not going to live in fear, and they're not going to be terrorized into being forced to go work at a Wendy's? Oh shit, you guys. If we give everyone food and shelter, McDonald's might shut down. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn it, you guys. If everyone has access to food and shelter, and everybody is taken care of and living happily in the world without the fear of terror of some CEO threatening them with deaths of exposure, right? If this guy is not telling us that we should kiss the feet of the capitalist death cult, and if we can all just ignore this raging psychopath, and if people live in happiness and can pursue their own interests and aren't constantly terrorized by a group of nightmare creatures, then that'll be horrible. That'll be awful. And if the institutions and the structures that rely on terrorizing us and rely on the constant threat of starvation and exposure go away, if those institutions fall apart because they can no longer rely on the cheap labor they derive by terrorizing the society, oh no. Oh no. Oh, dang. Drat. Shoot. Golly gee darn. Whatever are we going to do while everyone's eating food and shelter and living in shelter happily? Living a life without being the threat of starvation and homelessness. Dang. Maybe we'll all just get a little bored. Oh. Like, I don't think that the people who say these things actually think through the things that they are saying. Because we are living in a moment where we have a healthy percentage of the society has become detached from the reality of the consequences of capital. That if you've never been laid off from a job, if you've never witnessed the collapse of an economy, if you've never been the victim of the collapses of a capitalist economy, if you've never actually had to face the reality of what that means, right? And all you've ever done is just happily sell yourself to these people who generally leave you alone, well, then you're clueless. You're just detached from reality, which is steadily becoming the biggest problem about all of this. Like, to me, and this thing that we just put up is a good case in point. If you're one of those people that actually gives a shit about this alien stuff, if you're actually sitting there being like excited or interested in the alien shit, and you're confused as to why the rest of us don't give two fucks whatsoever, then you're detached. And you should hear that, and you should know that. That you're detached from reality, that the rest of us don't have time or interest in this alien shit. That the only time we would be interested in alien shit is if there was an alien in front of us, causing us more problems than the capitalists do. But until such time, okay, they're over there, I guess. Sure. Right? The rest of us are dealing with the fact that the earth is dying. Housing is $8 billion. Healthcare is non-existent. And the only foreseeable change from the status quo is straight up fascism. God herself could descend from the heavens into my bedroom and I wouldn't care. And if you do, then maybe you're living on the Death Star. And when somebody says, hey, we're coming to blow up the Death Star, your thought isn't, oh, good. The instrument of mass death that exists in the universe in order to destroy planets at the will of a psychotic emperor that uses a power called the fucking dark side of the Force is going to be removed from the universe. If instead you think to yourself, oh no, if they do that, then the Death Star will be destroyed. Then maybe it's time that you just accept that you live on the Death Star. Or at the very least, you rely on the actions of the Death Star in order to continue your way of life. And perhaps you should begin asking yourself if that way of life has any legitimacy whatsoever. Because if you're concerned about the death of the Death Star, it probably does not. A more important question is something along the lines of, why has suddenly everyone in the West gotten so fat in the span of a generation or two or three? Yeah, it's almost like we're feeding them garbage on purpose, right? It's almost as though following the profit motive has led giant, massive corporations to put mainly trash in the food in order to act as filler, and that makes it so cheap that even people who live in poverty can afford it. So that's what they end up eating most of the time. And when you actually break down the diet of the poorest people in the society, they're mainly eating corn. They're mainly eating corn that has been modified to be a paste, to be a sugar, to be some kind of thing that they're just jamming into their face over and over and over and over and over again. High fructose corn syrup. One of the things that I was blown away by anytime I go into the United States, because I actually give a shit about what I put in my body, right? I actually care about what I put into my body. And one of the big reasons why I'm excited to get a roommate and that I hope that materializes is that I'll have enough disposable income to actually be able to go to a gym so that I can actually start a fitness routine, so that I can actually get back to the physical fitness that I used to have and maybe even beyond it. And if you care about what you put in your body and you actually take a look at the ingredients about what's in the United States, it's amazing how often high fructose corn syrup is in that stuff. In stuff that you wouldn't even think. In stuff that you wouldn't even imagine. Just high fructose corn syrup, because it's a great filler. And if you can get away with making huge portions of your food just trash, basically, just like empty, and let people buy into that, then you don't need to make real food. It's much more expensive to provide real food. There's your profit motive. There's your capitalist innovation right there. Yeah, the worship of your team. It's just like sports. People like to pick teams. Yeah, there's something to this, I think, you guys. I think there's something to this. And I think that this, at the very least, would allow me to get away from the offensive language of stupidity. That for a time, using that language had a catharsis to it, but I've definitely come around on it. I've definitely come around on that was alienating language, and that it wasn't going to help in the long run. And I'm glad that I was able to do that with you guys, but if I am to become larger and if I am to become more serious as a force, then I'm going to have to find better language than simply saying, you're being dumb, right? Which is unfortunate because it is actually the closest to the truth. Like, That all of this, like the trifecta and the worship of stupidity, or the worship of money and the worship of the self and the worship of and the worship of the team and the worship of this, that, and the other thing, and all the explaining of like Karl Marx and talking about the class-based system that exists in the society and all of that conversation, we can essentially boil down to like, look, are you just being a dumbass? Like, it just, sometimes it does feel like you're just trying to be a dumbass on purpose. Like, that's what it feels like. That you're, not only are you not trying to understand, like, not only are they not trying to understand, they're not trying to understand on purpose. That it's intentional obtuseness. But it's that intentional obtuseness that comes with that tribe-based thinking, the team-based thinking. My team is the greatest team that was ever a team, and your team is full of shit. And if you win, it's because you cheated, and if we win, it's because we're geniuses. Like, that's the way it works. That's the way of it. That there is something inherently stupid about it, but it's not. But it itself is not that stupid. It makes a type of sense to have a team and to root for your team, no matter what that team does. And that's a very difficult thing to overcome. It's a very difficult thing to overcome, I think, this team-based thinking. And I think the reason why I got thinking about it this way is that you start encountering the Peterson guys, right? And when I initially encountered Peterson, and I've said this many times, I'll continue saying it, I found Peterson to be helpful when I first encountered him. Just, he was exactly the right voice at exactly the right time for me. And all I really knew about him and all I was encountering in him was this kind of kick in the pants. Yeah, you know, you can do it. You can do it. Just stand up straight and speak with truth and go into the world. You can do it. And you know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And if that's where Peterson had been, and if that's where he had stopped, I'd be like, oh yeah, great. But that's not where he stopped. That's not what he did. He really revealed himself to be a kooky weirdo. To be a real kooky weirdo. And so I moved away from Peterson. Right? That for the moment that I needed him, and for the moment that he showed up where anything positive happened in my life, I can say, great, thanks, Peterson. Like, thanks for the kick in the pants. Thanks for directing me to communism, Jordan Peterson. Thanks for saying that the worst people in the society are the Marxists. And then that made me go, oh, maybe I should read more about this Marxism. Oh, Communist Manifesto is actually telling the truth. Oh, Das Kapital actually is telling the truth. Like, it's absolutely the truth of what's going on in the society, without a doubt. And you've got to kind of be purposefully clueless to think otherwise, right? Or just ignorant. And given the fact that Jordan Peterson's career was literally just sit in a room and write a book nobody read for 15 years, like, yeah, he's clueless. And so I moved away from him, right? He wasn't my daddy. But you talk to, like, the Peterson people. You talk to the Peterson crowd. And a big reason why I'm talking about Peterson now is because Peterson has a new article, you guys. The National Post is publishing another article for some reason from Jordan Peterson, which I'm going to read, and it's going to be great. I'll do the voice and everything. The people who are big Jordan Peterson stans, who love this guy, obviously have massive daddy issues. It's incredibly obvious that they've got these, like, massive daddy issues. That they're not defending Jordan Peterson because he's smart or intellectual, or even that he helped them. And maybe he did. I mean, it's likely that he helped them. He helped me. I can be honest about that. Right? He helped me in the moment that I needed him. Right? But it's that they've elevated him to their daddy. That he's their dad. Right? And so if you speak bad about Jordan Peterson, or you critique him, or say things accurate that happened, right? Just say things that happened. Then you get shit on, and it's really obvious that they're defending their dad. And I think that flows into this, like, Like, it's not that they're being stupid, although it seems like they're being stupid, because what they say and what they do and how they act is very stupid. But that's not the heart of it. The heart of it is it's actually kind of lovely in a weird, distorted sort of a way, right? That it is coming from a place of love, right? That they love their daddy. They love their surrogate daddy. Just how people love America and love their team. And chances are good that part of the reason why they have that love is because Peterson or America fuels their sense of self, their sense of their individualism, right? And also allows them to pursue the only thing that they really care about that helps inflate their sense of self, which is money. So there's something to this. I think that I might be more successful communicating these ideas, getting away from the more alienating language and getting into this worship of the team, worship of the tribe kind of speaking. And I think that I can de-emphasize the direct assault while simultaneously getting the point across that worshiping the team or worshiping the tribe, you begin to fall into this sense of intentional obtuseness. That regardless of how badly your team does or the things that they do, you always rise to their defense, no matter what the case. And even if you're forced to acknowledge some of the scummier stuff, you can always fall into a defense of the ends justify the means. That, the team is actually better off for it. That kind of thing. Grinning writes, yeah, free me up from the overwhelming demands of providing for myself and my family, and I do some amazing social work. Yeah, I think that's the point, though. Well, and Grinning raises an excellent point, too. This is in reference, I think, to what I said before about Eric. Is that all you have to do is take a look at the statistics surrounding how much volunteer work is done in the society. Like, Eric, if you want a more genuine answer to this question, because I think my response is sarcastic and wouldn't be well received, that it's the type of thing that you and I could probably look at and be like, yeah, good point, but that they wouldn't. Well, the more serious response to somebody saying, like, no, if you gave everyone food and shelter, the society's going to collapse, right? Because everyone will do, well, okay, then why do people volunteer their time so easily and readily, constantly, all the time? Just take a look at the statistics about how many hours people volunteer. And they're doing that as they are being inflicted by the system of capital. Well, what do you think is going to happen if they didn't have to be involved in the system of capital? If they were free from the system of capital? Well, chances are very good that they would volunteer more of their time. Like, people are willing to volunteer their time freely as it is in a society that demands so much of them. The idea that people are just going to sit around and do nothing, I think, is not rooted in any reality that I can observe. That it's just people expressing their fear and then projecting that fear. And interestingly, it's never a fear about themselves. That if they say, oh, people just sit around and be lazy, well, and you say, well, would you sit around and be lazy? Is that what you would do? Is you would sit around and just be lazy? Well, I've never once had anybody ever actually say yes to that. Everybody has always said, well, no, I would do something. I would produce something. I would do this. And if the people who have said yes, right, immediately say, well, yeah, I would. And then I would do this other productive thing, or I pursue the arts, right, which they are viewing as laziness, interestingly, but which I view very explicitly as someone unpackaging their trauma or unpackaging their inner self to be viewed by everyone else. Yeah, Matthias. How long until boomers are yelling at handicapped people to go to work? Oh, wait, they're already doing that. Yeah. Mikhail writes, not so much of a worship of stupidity as a repudiation of intelligence. Sure. Eric writes, funny if you talk about this because recently I listened to a video of a conservative reacting to an LDS scholar where he argued that churches are social clubs that bend together. Yeah. Conservatives took huge offense because of his religious truth. Yeah. Everybody says this. Tinker, good to see you, my man. Yeah, methane writes, society as we know it will collapse, but it will continue, and we'll be better for it with the new society that arises in the ashes of the old evil ways. Yeah, absolutely. Tinker writes, the government spent $28 billion on subsidies for a battery plant in one single town in Ontario. Imagine what they could have done with that. Startups, SMEs, R&D, Green New Deal startups. Yeah. No, they're not interested in any of that. No way I could stay away from my partner 80 hours per week. I don't want to project my preferences on other people, but it still feels bad to me. I'm sure we could agree on that. If I were her friend, I would be prepared for the fallout. I mean, sorry, I've definitely missed something. I think the thing jumped down on me. Oh, the issue with my friend, she's got to a place in her life that she's comfortable and having everything she wants, doesn't think about that her husband's working 70 to 80 hours a week is a problem because he makes $70K a week. Does she work? Does she work? Does she work? Just give me a yes or no on that. Does she work? Her husband's working 70 to 80 hours a week, making $70K. Does she work? Like, I understand that, like, she's probably a stay-at-home mom, taking care of the house, right? Preparing lunches, that kind of thing, right? There's nothing wrong with any of this, right? But, like, sounds to me like she's benefiting pretty greatly from somebody who is sacrificing a lot. 70 to 80 hours a week for $70K as she's a stay-at-home mom. Like, she should be screaming at the top of her lungs that her husband should not be working 70 to 80 hours. Like, this is what's insane to me about this conversation that we're having right now, is that my whole point is that he should be working 40 hours a week at most. Like, he should get half of his time back and still be making $70K. That's my entire point. That if you're going to sacrifice your life to a job working full time, then he should be able to support a wife, kids, house, car, you know, how it used to be. The way we had the society configured within living memory. Not just for us, but for our parents. Like, our parents did that. Our parents did that. Not our grandparents or our great-grandparents or something in time immemorial. Literally the boomers. Literally our parents did that. And she is talking shit while living that in order to ensure and fight for her husband working harder. What a shitty wife. What a shitty wife. What a shitty wife. If I was working 70 to 80 hours and my wife said, that's great, I don't want my husband to work less, I would genuinely contemplate divorce. What a shitty wife. That she does not have her husband's back. She's looking out for herself. Like, that's it. She's just looking out for herself. She doesn't give a fuck about her husband. She doesn't care that she doesn't see him ever. It doesn't matter to her. Right? She's just sending him off to his fucking death sentence. Having him grind away this existence. And just watch what will happen with her. Just watch, Eric. You loop back around on me and tell me if this happens, right? That eventually he'll burn out, because that's how this works, right? Working 70 to 80 hours, right? He'll go into a down cycle, right? Because that's what burnt out people do. You can't just keep lighting this candle. It just doesn't work that way, right? You hit the end at some point, and that's when she's going to divorce him, right? That she's going to divorce him, and she'll take the money, take the house, take all that shit, and probably get alimony. Because she never cared about him. If she did, she would be saying, my husband should work less. I want to see my husband more. This is crazy. This is outrageous that he's working 70 to 80, making 70K. And I'm so appreciative that he's doing that for me, but he should work less. What is this nonsense? Why is the economy struggling? Like, my parents got to live a better life. Like, what is this fucking bullshit? I got a big problem with this lady. I wouldn't keep her around. No, sir. I would not be keeping her around. I would be working less. I would be dropping my hours, and if that meant a drop in pay, so be it, so that I could get parts of my life back, and she wouldn't be in them. She wouldn't be in them. Very straightforwardly. She doesn't have his back. Baked Potato, good to see you. Hey, John, I've come to the conclusion that capitalism is a slow extinction event for humanity. Yeah, that's probably right. I say this because it's only the wealthy class, which is less than 10% of the population, that wins, well, and enjoys an ever-increasing standard of living, while the masses and the environment always gets the short end of the stick. Yeah, like, I feel like we are, like, looking at a pretty significant and serious event. And my advice to you, Baked Potato, and to everybody else that's listening is just make your peace with it. Just make your peace with it faster. That it's no longer about trying to convince anybody, right? That, like, the evidence is in. The people who are standing up and saying it's not happening are not different than flat earthers. That we are attempting to convince people that think angels are real and that a 2,000-year-old wizard walked the world and is coming back at any moment. Like, we are trying to convince people who believe that kind of stuff that climate change is real. And I'm not saying don't try, and I'm not saying don't present the evidence. But I think that the reality of the situation is that the people who understand that it exists are here, and the people who don't and won't. Right? Like, it's just so clear at this point that you've got to really believe in your team. You got to really believe in your team to think otherwise. And so the divide is fairly stark and fairly obvious. And so now, like, if you're serious about climate change, and I am personally serious about climate change, it's no longer about just telling people it exists and accepting the platitudes from the corporate power structure or any of that. It's about your actions. And it's about what you're willing to do. Like, really, truthfully. And I understand that, like, there are people who are contributing more to the problem. And that pointing that out is probably the best thing that we can do. But I think I agree with you that the power structure has taken control. Like, the psychopaths have taken control. They are going to squeeze the life out of this system. And I think that at this stage in the game, you have three choices. And I don't blame anybody for any of these choices. But I think you've got three. Choice number one, fucking kill yourself. Just get on with it. Like, if you think that the rest of your life is going to be miserable and horrible, just fucking kill yourself and get it done. Right? If you can't handle the existential dread, if it's too much, right? Off you go. I don't have any problem with that. I don't think you should, because I think what's going to happen is going to be too interesting. That's sort of my perspective. It's that, yeah, it's going to be horrible, but we watch horror movies all the time. Right? Get invested in horror. I think is good advice. Number two, you can blow yourself up against it. And I don't mean literally blow yourself up against it, but there are people who have tried to destroy pipelines, who have tried to do physical acts of damage. And the reason why I say blow up is because those people are in jail, right? They've been imprisoned, the heroes that they are. Because those are people who are really putting their skin in the game and are really putting their time and their effort. They're really trying to do something serious and significant. And if we all did that, we could probably put a significant dent in it. Right? It's true. No, you're right, Grinning. I'm just laying out what can happen. Right? I'm just laying out the truth. But you're right, Grinning. That's a fair thing to say. I should be more... But I very clearly said, don't do it. Don't do it. It's an option you have, but don't do it. Right? Don't do it. And then the third thing that you can do is you can watch the show. That's what I'm doing. And that's what I'm suggesting. And we can gather, we can discuss, we can create a fuss, we can protest, we can draw attention to it. But really, what we should be doing at this point is no longer participating. And I don't mean no longer, and I don't mean like eating less meat. I don't mean trying to buy paper instead of plastic. I mean that we should stop selling our labor to psychopaths. Just outright. That we should withdraw all of our resources from these psychopaths, and we should simply stop selling our labor to them completely. That I've said it so many times, I'll just keep saying it over and over again. We would be better off if, as a people, we all gathered and just walked out of these cities completely. And just laid down in the grass and in the fields and just stared at the skies. Just go to the beaches, go to the rivers, go into the wide open fields, walk to the mountains, and just stare at the sky. And just do that. We would be better off for it. In a wide margin, we would be better off for it. And I think those are your only options. Because it's gotten to clear. Like, and I think most people know it. Right? Like, that is why this alien stuff's not working, right? That's why it's not having the impact. That's why nobody gives a shit. Because if the aliens exist, they're not helping us, right? So who cares? Like, who gives a shit? It would be like if they said, hey, we found an entirely new continent. And it's populated by a race of people that are technologically superior to us. Well, I just don't think most people would care. Like, they're not helping us, right? They're not trying to help us. And in fact, our government would probably just, and we know what they're going to do with these aliens, right? We know what's going to happen. We've seen every movie made about aliens in the last 40, 50 years, right? They're going to galvanize us against them to try to get us to ally together against an external force in order to ignore the poverty that persists in the society that's created by the capitalists in the first place. We know that that's what they're going to do. Like, come on. It's all they've ever done. And they're going to continue doing that. So even if these aliens are real, they're not helping us. And then on top of that, we all know that the government and the power structure is just going to be like, oh, the aliens are coming to steal your babies from the crib. We got to fund another $12 trillion project to build a space shield against the aliens that definitely exist. Oh, by the way, you live in the street. And that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing that you live in the street, because we need to create more agony in the society. What's the exact quote, right? We need to see some pain in the economy, right? So we need a $12 trillion shield to protect from the aliens, so you can ignore the pain that we're inflicting on the economy, that we're saying out loud that's what we want to do. What a fucking joke it all is, eh? Like, what a fucking joke it all is. What a ridiculous joke it all is. Good opportunity to say like, share, subscribe, you guys. Hit those bells, hit the whistles, do all the stuff. Right? Send $1 to my Patreon, perhaps. More importantly than anything else, right? Tell people I exist. Send people my way. You can send people to thecanadiancommie.com. Right? If you type thecanadiancommie.com, it just directs right here. Tell people about me. Let people know. Word of mouth is still the number one way to advertise. It's still the number one way to spread information. That even in this digital age, word of mouth is still the way to do it. And there's a good reason for it. Because if people who trust you hear information from people that they trust, they're more likely to believe it, and they're more likely to pay attention to it than just some random billboard that they saw. Mikhail says, this is counterintuitive for the average person because being proletarian means to work, and withdrawing our labor is to not work. No, yeah, Mikhail, I'm not saying that it's not without sacrifice. Like, it's not without sacrifice. But like, that's where we are. We don't have allies. Like, the system is taken over by psychos, right? Like, I live in a 1-bedroom apartment that I am seeking to get a roommate to live with so that I can get a little bit of extra spending money, so I can get a little bit of breathing room, just so I can enjoy this decline. I'm never going to have a house. I'm never going to have kids. I'm never going to amount to anything, right? Like, unless this somehow manages to blow up and I become this enormous force in the world for whatever reason. And if so, then that's an event that is well outside of my control. Really, that there are supernatural forces at play. Or let's say universal forces at play. That I'm just here. And I don't have control of the zeitgeist. But more or less, I expect that I'll continue living in a single-bedroom apartment, working as little as possible for the capitalist death cult to make just enough to be able to manage paying for that single-room apartment with no kids, right? And I actually consider myself quite fortunate in that regard, given the reality of what's going on. That there are people who sleep in the streets. That there are people who live in apartments like mine with 4 or 5 people. Right? And there's nobody in the society, or certainly in the political system, that gives a shit at all. Right? And so when I say withdraw your labor, I know I understand that, like, you can't just stop working. I get that. But you don't need to work so much. And you certainly don't need to work so hard. And you certainly don't need to put it in. Right? That if they're going to turn everything into wage labor, if they're going to turn everything into wages, right? Well, then you can work 32 hours instead of 40. And you can pull it back. And I understand these are small things. And I understand these are small sacrifices. But if we understand that we're all going to burn anyway, if we all understand that the perspective and the trajectory of all of this is that we are heading towards an extinction event, a literal apocalypse. Who knew the apocalypse was going to be this boring? But if we know it, like, then what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like, for real? Like, what are we doing? If we understand that this is the apocalypse and that this is the end of it, and that the ownership class is saying things like we need to we need to see some pain in the economy. I guess it's a desperately psychotic thing that these people are saying. And yet we've given them all of the authority and all the power. Biden says global warming topping 1.5 degrees in the next 10 to 20 years is scarier than nuclear war. And what's hilarious about that is that it's scarier than nuclear war, and the Americans are also trying to make that happen as fast as they possibly can. The global temperature rising more than 1.5 degrees Celsius in the next 2 decades is scarier than nuclear war, said President Joe Biden on Sunday in Vietnam. The irony of that can't be overstated. The only existential threat humanity faces even more frightening than a nuclear war is global warming going above 1.5 degrees in the next 20 to 10 years. Biden said at a press conference at the JW Marriott Hotel Hanoi on Sunday. That'd be real trouble. There's no way back from that, Biden said, according to a White House transcript of the press conference. And so there's a lot we can do in the meantime. Biden's trip to Vietnam came after he was just in India for a gathering of the G20. In his comments, he noted the increasing global focus on climate change. Many of you who are foreign policy experts have been engaged for a long time. Did you ever think you'd be sitting at a G20 conference where everyone was preoccupied with the notion of global warming? Biden said. Not a joke. Did you ever think that? It has been a brutal summer. On Wednesday, the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service announced the Earth experienced through August the 3 hottest consecutive months on record. The dog days of summer are not just barking, they are biting. Our planet has just endured a season of simmering, the hottest summer on record. Climate breakdown has begun, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said in a statement on Wednesday. Scientists have long warned that our fossil fuel addiction will unleash. Our climate is imploding faster than we can cope with, extreme weather events hitting every corner of the planet, Guterres said. Surging temperatures demand a surge in action. Leaders must turn up the heat now for climate solutions. We can still avoid the worst of climate chaos, and we don't have a moment to lose. In his comments in Hanoi, Biden talked about the importance of wealthier nations supporting less wealthy nations to prepare for and adapt to the implications of climate change. If we have the economic capacity, we, those nations, should be getting together and providing help for the nations that don't have the wherewithal to do it. The economic wherewithal and the infrastructure wherewithal, Biden said. For example, Angola has the capacity to generate megawatts of energy through solar energy. They don't have the economic means to do that. It isn't in the interest of the whole world if they are, in fact, able to generate significant capacity of energy from solar. And to prevent carbon from being released in the air, I think that it is, Biden said. I heard on Twitter the New York City homeless problem is almost the equivalent to the 1930s Depression era. If you actually take into account refugee influx in New York City, I think it will surpass it. I'm more or less of the opinion that we're already worse than the Great Depression. That when you actually do it by percentages, when you actually think about the percentage of income that it takes to have a house, when you think about the percentage of income that we are making, I think we're actually worse than the Great Depression right now. And I took a trip into the downtown heart of my city right now, and that's what I see. I see something that's indistinguishable. That really what I should be doing is I should be going down into the city with a camera and taking pictures of it. Because it's obvious. You can see it with your eyes. Like, it's, and I think that this is becoming truer and truer. That it's just, you can see it. That we are, not only are we in a depression, we are worse than the Great Depression. That we're just being bamboozled by the glitz and the glamour. And that we are all doing everything we can to make the best of it, to try to find positive moments for our own life and for our own mental health. Right? Nobody wants to look it square in the face, and so they don't. That as long as you're looking up at the glittering billboards, you don't need to look down at the filth. Yeah. Saw a video entitled "The Consumer is Now Worse Than the Great Depression" yesterday. Yeah. This era should literally be called the Extinction Era. I mean, what's interesting, Baked Potato, is that even as we're talking about it, right? Even as we're talking about it, like, I still believe that we can change this. We have a fellow on Twitch. Hello, communism doesn't work. I'm from Pernambuco, like literally a place no one's heard of. Where's Pernambuco, dude? Let's look it up. Like, I hate to break it to you, my man. Like, I don't really base my opinions on systems on like a population of like Pernambuco. Like, no one has heard of this place, my man. Pernambuco. Ah, well, the 5th largest producer of sugarcane. Oh, Brazil. Dude, socialism and communism has been wildly successful. Like, your current leader is Lula. Right? You know who Lula is, right? Like, you know who Lula is, right? Like, the amount of success that Brazil has seen from socialist policies, and that your current leader, Lula, gives us... You don't know anything about your own country. That's shocking, my man. Like, you just don't know anything about your own country. That's wild. Like, if you're actually saying that Lula gives you depression, shocking. Like, shocking that you would say something that's so obviously false. Like, you've been led by Bolsonaro. How long was Bolsonaro in office? How long was Bolsonaro in office, Brazil? So, Bolsonaro was in office for the last 4 years, right? 4 years of great works. So you're a fascist. Real straightforward. Like, dude, this is really embarrassing what you're doing here. 4 years of great works, bro. Like, self-report of the highest level. Isn't Bolsonaro in prison now? Where's Bolsonaro now? Like, there was the rebellion that happened, right? They did their own January 6th down there, except Lula, instead of dickering around, arrested a bunch of people, as they should have. Right? Like, look at this guy. He looks like fucking Palpatine. Like, and then, of course, his presidency ends with, like, an insurrection event. He has to flee. I don't care to look any of this up, honestly, dude. No. he might try to join with the CIA in order to do another coup, right? As like they did to Dilma, right? Yeah, he cut taxes for the rich, which I assume you're part of the rich class, dude. Like, I assume you're part of the wealthy class. Like, you don't care about the poor in your own country, obviously. Like, you don't care that about the social policies of Lula. You don't care what Dilma was trying to enact. Like, you don't care about any of that. That doesn't matter to you, right? You're talking about cutting taxes. So you're like a hyper far-right conservative, right? Classic. Yeah, he's in Miami. Rachel Graham, good to see you. Good to see you, Rachel. Bolsonaro supporter, dude. That's wild. I paid less for my PS5 thanks to Bolsonaro. So we see where your priorities lie, mate. Like, you don't care about, like, you're not talking about your housing or your health care, right? You're talking about PS5s. What a joke. Like, what a detached fucking thing to say. Like, yeah, you're not saying he raised people out of poverty, right? You're not saying that he improved poverty rates or literacy rates, that he helped the people of Brazil. No, my PS5 was cheaper. Like, this is your big talking point, bro? Like, this is what's great. Like, this is what's great, man. Like, it's so... Like, we are getting to a point now, guys, where it's just gotten obvious. Right? Like, it's just... And it's going to get more obvious. Because we got, like, people like this. Right? Like, just this absolute emblem of complete, total, like, selfishness, money, my team... Just this emblem pointing at the successes of Bolsonaro is that I have a cheaper PS5. Oh, my man. We all know that that's bullshit. We should care about paying less on things from tax cuts and free marketing endorsing competition and thus lowering the prices of goods and services, economic growth and a job. It's just so funny to watch these people talk. Like, it's just false. Like, it's just fake. Like, maybe you were able to get more money for yourself. Because that's the nature of it, right? Is that there's a great divide in capitalist economies. Is that there are people on the one side who have all of the wealth and the money and are on the inside of the money, right? Who care about things, yeah, like PS5s and who care about that kind of stuff. And then there are the people on the other side of that divide who are usually exploited in order to benefit the people on the other side of the divide. That's how the system arranges itself. That's how the system of capital arranges itself. That it extracts as much labor and wealth from one side of the society to give it to the other side. And as long as you're on that side that extracts all the wealth away, as long as you're on the side of the exploiter, as long as you're using the police as a shield to protect you from the people you impoverish, while extracting all of that wealth and that labor away from them, right? Then you can pretend like you live in a great system that's working just fine, right? You can pretend that for as long as you like, and as long as it keeps working, right? You'll pretend, and you'll tell your kids about how great a life you had, and that how everybody else is just lazy. Right? Because clearly it was your own initiative, right? Clearly you're just a super genius, right? That's how this works, right? You're the hardest worker, and you are the smartest person. You're the most competent, and certainly it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that there's like millions of impoverished people desperately scrabbling around for scraps of and working for cheap wages underneath you to support you. Right? That doesn't exist. You don't need to pay any attention to that. That's just completely silenced. That's not part of your thinking. It just doesn't enter the conversation. right? No, what matters is that you worked hard, that you did the best, right? And you can just look at the people who the system puts into poverty, right? You can just look at the people who are in poverty thanks to the system, thanks to people like Bolsonaro, and you can just say, oh, they're just lazy, you just need to work harder, right? It's the perfect out. It means you don't need to think about the society that you live in. It means you don't need to actually think about the policies that get passed, right? All you need to worry about is a cheap PS5, right? That's it. Well, you keep doing that then. Baked potato, what's crazy is that people don't understand that capitalism is a zero-sum game. There can be winners at the expense of losers. Yeah, it's an outdated system. It is an outdated system, right? And that the winners think that they are where they are because they're smart or good or that they've worked hard. When it's just like it is the natural result of the moving of the system. That there are just going to be people who live in lavish luxury, and there's going to be people who live in abject poverty. That's a feature of the system. People want to get benefits from what, their system? People want to get benefits from the government through tax to make a living. So, like, people want the system and the society that they live in, where they elect their representatives into positions of power, to actually look out for them and actually care about their well-being. Yeah. And like this demonization of government that comes from free market capitalists such as yourself seems to me to be quite strange, because you're basically just demonizing the idea of giving a shit. You're just saying that, yeah, millions of people come together in order to elect a representative so that that representative will pass policies for the benefit of the people who elect them, and that's bad. It's wild. It's like a really wild position to take. Like, the more you think about it, the stranger it gets. That how dare we hope and believe and think that the system of legal elections that rule over us actually look out for us and actually care about us. We shouldn't wait for government, but rather with pride of the nation and will to go outside and work, invest to generate your own wealth instead of getting others. Have you heard the story of Elon Musk and how much he worked and sacrificed for it? Elon Musk is absolutely the perfect person for you to bring up within this sort of propaganda piece that you've presented to us, my man. Elon Musk was born a billionaire. His father owned emerald mines in apartheid South Africa. The myth that you perpetuate that Elon Musk worked and sacrificed, right? And that's why going out and working and sacrificing is the way forward. And that's my own individual initiative that matters. Certainly not a large, enormous system that we all participate in, right? This myth that you perpetuate is so false, it's embarrassing. Elon Musk was born a billionaire. And not just born a billionaire. He was born a billionaire to a family that made their wealth exploiting black slaves in an apartheid in South Africa. Like, your narrative is as evil and bleak as it can get. And that you are now turning around and trying to con me and convince me into believing that it's hard work, that it's my own initiative, that Elon Musk climbed the hierarchy through his competency, while explicitly and purposefully omitting the fact that the reason why he is where he is at is because he was born to a billionaire who made his wealth enslaving black people in emerald mines during an apartheid. And the reason why you do that, likely, is so that you can also omit your own personal story and not pay attention to your own circumstances and ignore what your own family is doing and ignore your own responsibility in your own society, so that you can just say, as Elon Musk says, I work hard. I work hard for my money and my wealth, and I sacrifice so much, and I ascended the hierarchy of competency, don't you know? So instead of doing even a glimmering moment of self-analysis, instead of doing a glimmering moment of self-analysis and approaching the subject with even a fraction of humility, even a fraction of a percentage of humility, and saying, man, am I ever lucky that I was born into these circumstances, that my family had this, that my society was like this, that I went to this school, that I had these teachers, that I was able to pursue these opportunities. You're going to say, don't you think people should decide who to deposit their wealth after death? It was yours anyway, so the choice of whether donating, giving to the government, or a special one should be free, like private ownership. So this is a restatement of the divine right of kings, right? My father was king, and so now I am king. My father was a billionaire who made his wealth in apartheid South Africa during the slave period, enslaving black people into emerald mines. And so I should also have that wealth and be able to act very similarly. How is this different? Yeah, look at Dizzy, he said that. No, these people exist. Here they are. And I am trying to forge a way to talk to them, to get them to see for just a glimmering moment that there are larger systems in place. That one thing I would really like you to consider, my man. Like one thing I'd really like you to consider. And I'd like you to consider this quite seriously. Ori de Pino. I'd like you to consider this quite seriously, okay? What your claim fundamentally is that the energy of a single individual, you, is greater and more powerful than the energy of every other individual in your society who has ever lived, every institution that they have ever built, and also your energy is more powerful than the collected energy of the entire universe. And that in spite of the energy of all people around you, all institutions that have ever existed, and the energy of the entire universe, the deciding factor on where you are in the universe is you. This is your claim. Do you understand why I cannot take this claim seriously? Now we're just taking the mask off. In nature, the strong survives. The weak dies. I see. Because humanity has survived and thrived by turning on itself and abandoning huge sections of itself, right? That's the history of humanity, isn't it? That when you actually look into the actual anthropological evidence of humanity, the history of humanity is simply one where we all turn on each other and kill one another. There's no history of cooperation. There's no history of caring for the sick. Right? Why do we even have hospitals? What's the point? The strong survive, the weak die. Why do we even have hospitals? Why have we seen people take care of one another, for tending one another? Why do we bother taking the time? What's the point of that? It's because we intrinsically understand, as human beings who have things like empathy and compassion, that gets lost with wealth, with the accumulation and the worship of the self and the worship of money and the worship of the tribe. I mean, humans fight each other too, but we're not talking about fighting. We're talking about abandonment. We're not talking about fighting. We're talking about abandonment. That's what we're talking about here. That there are people with hoarded piles of gold and wealth, more wealth than ancient pharaohs, that are actually saying, as you are saying right now, that I should not give a single penny away because you need to work hard and earn it. This is abandonment. That there will be fighting due to it. There is not a single scrap of evidence to show that this is the truth. Poor people make poor decisions. This is why their leads, I assume you mean leaders, are corrupt and bad, always vote for left wing. This is why we don't see progress. I can't even begin to express to you how ignorant what you have just said actually is. Literally the only time, including in your own country, incidentally, there has actually been serious progress, has been when there has been a left wing that has come in. Because the left understands. Because the left understands that by lifting everyone up, by ensuring everyone can be part of the economy, by ensuring that everyone can proceed and put their effort towards the benefit of the whole, that is true strength. That true strength comes when the entire populace is able to be engaged in the life of the nation. And a society that is where half of the society is hoarding most of the wealth away from the whole of the society, and the other side is told to scrabble around in desperation for survival, is not one that is capable of surviving, is not one that is capable of progressing in any serious manner. It's the societies that care for the weak, that care for the vulnerable, that care for the downtrodden, that care for the disabled, that care for those who cannot care for themselves, that progress the fastest, that progress the best, because they are able to take the energy, the tiny amount of energy that it takes to lift people up is paid back to the society through a lifetime of effort. And now we are at a point where the wealth distribution is so dramatic that it wouldn't actually cost the wealthy anything in terms of their quality of life or assets. It wouldn't cost them a thing. They wouldn't even notice that the money was gone. They wouldn't even notice that the wealth was gone. And the difference that it would make to the mass of the people would be so amazing and so dramatic that it would usher in a golden age. the market is just like this. No, it's not. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing thing to say. Like, observably false. If my burger is better than yours, it's selling out. See, this child, I have two cows sort of thinking. Right? If you have a monopoly on the burger market, it doesn't matter how good your burger is. And if anybody tries to get into the burger market, you can just stamp them out or buy them up. That's what actually happens. This myth that you tell yourself in order to make yourself feel better about your position so that you can justify your fascist principles are fake. It doesn't work this way. It's not what reality is like. That in reality, in a market system, even economists like Milton Friedman would admit this, that in a market system, eventually monopolies arise. That in your burger example, eventually there's just one burger guy. Right? Maybe you'll have your like little mom and pop shop over there making a burger, but they don't have the reach. They can't put a burger place in every city. Right? So you'll have your like one mom and pop shop and then a McDonald's. And that McDonald's exists in the next town over and the next town over and the next town over and the next town over because they've got a monopoly on it. They own the distribution chain. They own all the cattle ranches. They're the ones producing all of the meat. And if a serious a competitor actually arose, they would stamp them out or buy them. That's how it actually works. And like the fact that you're like now, I feel like I've hit on something with you. Because now you're typing like these diatribes that are nonsense. Like just factually false nonsense. Right? There is a philosophical implication behind it. The market is just a market, and it made the advance towards feudalism possible. I'm going to assume you meant capitalism when you wrote feudalism. There were markets in the feudal system, by the way. Like your worship of the market is sort of silly. Capitalism isn't markets. That's not what defines capitalism. That the market, there have been markets in slave economies. There's been markets in feudal economies, right? Robust. You know the song, Are You Going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me as one who goes there. You are once a true love of mine. Well, Scarborough Fair was a market. A feudal market. Markets have existed in every single configuration of every single economy that's ever existed. It has nothing to do with capitalism. And so you arguing about markets is somewhat pointless. Because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It was necessary for constant exchanges to regulate and assign values, such as the laws of supply and demand, which were founded. The laws of supply and demand were not founded, they were discovered, right, and articulated. But supply and demand exists as a phenomenon, right? That Adam Smith was the one to first discuss them, but they weren't founded. Based on this, the world has moved towards, and similar mechanisms are still used today. I mean, similar mechanisms according to what? Like markets have always existed. The supply and demand system has always existed. Right? This isn't something that capitalism did. That what makes capitalism capitalism is the relationship between the employee and the employer. Right? That instead of workers being owned by land, which was moved around and sold to lords and ladies and kings and princes, right? Which is the feudal system, employees are forced to sell themselves to employers. That you have a class of asset holders and you have a class of assetless workers who only have their labor. And so those assetless workers have to sell their labor to those who have assets in order to secure for themselves food and shelter. That's what the capitalist system is. That's the heart of it. And there's much more to it than that. But if you're discussing anything other than that, then I think that you're largely missing the point. And then, of course, your final defense, any socialist attempt to interfere in this could trigger a massive, large-scale crisis that could unfortunately affect the lives of millions and cause famine. Right. Tell me you don't know anything about socialism without telling me you don't know anything about socialism. McDonald's sells a lot. Yeah, because they've got a monopoly. And it's where it is because it's the best. Nope. There's a really great movie that I think you should watch starring, what's his name? Batman. You guys know who I'm talking about. Batman. The first Batman. The good Batman. Michael Keaton. McDonald's movie. The founder. Tells the story of the founder of McDonald's and reveals pretty explicitly that McDonald's made its money and made its wealth and made its prestige by exploiting the real estate market. That's how they did it. That's how they spread themselves, right? It wasn't about making a good burger. It was about exploiting the real estate market. And if you're going to stand there and tell me that it's McDonald's sells a lot because it's the best, then I'm going to tell you that you don't know anything about McDonald's. And moreover, you don't really know anything about the system of capital that you're defending. Because the way that these systems take over is that they create monopolies, that they explicitly chase out competition, and they chase away competitors, and they merge with those competitors or destroy those competitors. That's how capitalism actually functions, which leads to the stagnation that you see under capitalism. And that capitalism, in its relentless pursuit of profit, of money, its worship of money, is willing to sacrifice anything that really matters. Anything that actually matters. And the reason why you think otherwise is because you're on the a side that's benefiting. That in the arrangement of there are train robbers and there are train robber victims, you are on the side of the train robbers, trying to convince me that train robbery is the best way of organizing the economy. Yeah. McDonald's burgers suck, too. They just suck. They're just no good. I get the empire is supposed to be a metaphor for fascism, but the difference with the empire is they had a reason to do, which is to provide security to everyone. I mean, I think that they were just sort of power hungry. Outlaw Barber. A classic, my man. I hope that you're cutting hair, avoiding the law. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street own 88% of the S&P 500. Also, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street own each other. So it's actually one entity. They control the stock market. Yeah. I mean, that's a fair thing to point out, right? That the stock market itself has become a monopoly. And it's a monopoly owned by this Blackguard Street. Or maybe State Van Rock. There's got to be a configuration here that's the most satisfying. I think it's Blackguard Street. That seems right. Right? Yeah, McDonald's uses fake meat, yeah. He argues that quality equals greater market share. This is 100% false. Yeah, that's right. The new Huawei Mate 60 takes hot shits on iPhones. Huawei Mate. I mean, I think that this is just a truism across the board, right? That just because something just because something has big market share doesn't mean it's any good. Like, take a look at the Marvel movies. They're universally shitty. Like, I mean, they're, fun from a, like, dangling keys perspective, but, they're not like shockingly good. They're not like revolutionizing your life. They're kids movies, and they've just taken over the entire market. And we're all just supposed to buy into this idea that they're good, but they're not. Yes, they expand more for profit, which is the dream of every business. It doesn't matter if you poison the air and the water and the land to do it, right? If a McDonald's place opens in your neighborhood and it crashes local burger places because they were taken out of competition for not being able to provide quality food at a low cost, the same rhythm of McDonald's. The delusion here. This is wildly delusional, my man. Like, wildly delusional. You are amazingly out to lunch here. McDonald's is able to move into a neighborhood and outbid everybody because they will run at a loss. Walmart does this practice too. That a Walmart can move into a region and a McDonald's can move into a region, and they can sell at a loss because they're making so much more money with their what? Monopoly. It has nothing to do with the quality of the product. It has everything to do with their monopoly that they have. So they can sell at a loss until all other competitors are chased out of the market. Then they can raise their prices back up. And in fact, they can raise their prices even higher to gouge people because they've chased the competition away. So this myth that you're perpetuating in the way that you talk about this, this incredibly false, just absolutely out to lunch myth that you're perpetuating, where it's McDonald's quality that's doing this. It just doesn't bear out. It's just not real. It's just a total fabrication. You don't have cell phones better than iPhones and Samsungs. The Chinese would definitely disagree. Yeah, McDonald's sells a lot with their monopoly. That's right. And it is where it is because it's the best. Now you're just repeating the delusion, right? I've got you. You're just a repeating NPC now, right? That you're not willing to accept the reality of the situation. I don't think you're even really... Have you tasted a burger better than McDonald's? Yes. Hey, guys. Have you ever tasted a burger better than McDonald's? Bro. This is it. We did it, guys. This is the worship of the tribe. Isn't that right? This is it. This is the worship of the tribe. That every single avenue, no matter how ridiculous, no matter how absurd, no matter how silly, no matter how, dare I say it, stupid, no matter what perspective you're taking, right? So you've got my whole chat saying now, bud, that you have to be a troll, that nobody is this dumb. My man, they're owned by the same people. You understand? Like when you go to the grocery store and you look down the aisles and you see all the different packages and you think to yourself, my God, look at all this competition. Capitalism's so great. Look at all the competition. Start investigating who owns these products and you're going to find they're all made by the same people. That it was said earlier by one of my contributors. Thank you. I think it was you, Tinker. Here, hold on. I want to attribute this correctly, but I do think it was Tinker. That 88% of the stock market is owned. Outlaw Barber, it was you. Bless your heart. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street own 88% of the S&P 500. Also, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street own each other. So it's actually one entity, right? That these three companies are actually one big company that own 88%, I would call that a monopoly, of the S&P 500. So when you tell me, oh, well, McDonald's and Burger King are in competition, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're two different faces of the exact same industry in order to give you the illusion of choice, in order to make you feel as though there are many different options. Because they understand that a great way to drive business is to create controversy and create conflict where none exists. That in many ways the economy works very much like a WWE wrestling match. Hulk Hogan comes out, cheering, everyone losing their mind. Andre the Giant comes out, booing, everyone losing their mind. And the audience sits there, and they've picked their side, and they've picked their tribe, and they're cheering, and they're going, yeah, Hulk, you get him. And some are like, yeah, Andre, you get him. And they're all going, yeah, and they put their chips in, and they're on their side. And those two people fight in the ring and put on a show, because it's all fake, and we all know it. And they put on a show. They entertain the masses with the fake nonsense show that they've put on where there's this controversy that doesn't actually exist. It was all written beforehand. And then one of them goes down and there's a pin or somebody comes in and cheats and creates further controversy to stir up the masses. And then everybody stops watching the match, everybody goes home, and then Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant shake each other's hands, say job well done, and they're both paid by Vince McMahon. And that's the entire economy in a nutshell. But the prices they provide, this is from Ori DePino, but the prices they provide are still low, even if they're the only one out there. In USA, you can buy a combo for $3 at McDonald's. Two states with the highest average Big Mac price are Hawaii and New York. $5. So double what you think, but okay. Well, not double, but... And certainly for a combo. Price of a Big Mac meal. $13. So, because you said a combo, right? I assume you meant a Big Mac combo. What else would you mean? So you said $3. The actual retail value of that price is $13. So you're off by a factor of 4. 4.2. Right? Also, if they raise their price a rate people can't afford, new businesses will reopen at lower prices, forcing them to bring down the price. Otherwise, they'd lose the consumer marketing. If you've seen what the rents are like, man. Again, the market is owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, and Smart Street. Those are the owners of the market. They own 88% of the market share. Let that sink in. Really, really sink that in. Really take a minute. Accept the truth and the reality of this statement, because I really think that this is what needs to sink in. Okay? With all the love in my heart, let that sink in. And really embrace the truth of this. That there is an amalgamation of companies that all own each other. BlackRock, Vanguard, Smart Street. They all own each other. And they collectively own 88% of the market. 88% of the market. Just under 90% of the market. Your idea, well, someone else will just open up a business. Well, where are they getting the capital from? Who are they borrowing from? Where are they getting that startup capital from? Why would BlackRock, Smart Street, or Vanguard with 88% of the market share want to back a competitor? Who are they renting from? Where are they buying land from? The bank. Again, my man. BlackRock, Vanguard, Smart Street own 88% of the shares on the market. That includes the banks. That includes the banking industry, the privately held banking industry. What, you think Chase Manhattan is going to go into the business of fighting against Smart Street, against 6th Street, against BlackRock, against Vanguard? Doesn't look like a winning combination. Doesn't look like a big money combination. Where are you going to get the startup capital? Where are you going to get the land? I don't think you really respect or understand exactly what's happening or what it means to have a monopoly. You just think someone's going to walk into the bank and they're going to say, hey, the McDonald's hamburger is too damn expensive. I think that I can produce just as good you can borrow money from the bank and nothing technically stops you from doing this. Yeah, the bank does, my man. The bank does, my man. I'm going to say it again. The bank does. Do you know why the bank gives out loans to people at this point, at this juncture? Because the bank knows that they're only going to loan to somebody if they have collateral. That's the only time a bank is going to loan to somebody, is if they have collateral. Collateral means assets, stuff, a house, a car, or a big lump sum of money. The bank is going to say to you, hey, I can't help but notice that you have a bank or a lot of money, a car, a house. So we'll give you this loan, but if this thing goes tits up, we're taking that collateral. So the only time a bank is going to give you a loan is if when your shit fails. And do you know what the failure rate of restaurants is? I work in the restaurant industry. Do you know what the failure rate of restaurants is? 75 to 80%. 75 to 80%. And so the only reason a bank is giving out a loan to somebody in order to start up a business is to get that collateral, is to get that stuff when that goes up. That's the reason why they're giving you the loan. Oh, and now we're saying the monopoly is too good. So now you're just pro-monopoly. Yes, the exact reason why they're a monopoly, because they're strong and we're weak, right? That's it. Just cut to the chase next time, mate. Just say it. Like, just be the bully. Just put your boot on someone's back and just say it. I'm stronger than you are. I've got better weapons. I've got more force, right? I've got a stronger military. I've got a stronger police force. I can beat you up faster, right? I can dominate you. I can exploit you, right? Like, just cut to the chase, my man. Stop it with this pretending like you have an intellectual post to stand on, because you don't. Your entire point from the start to the beginning is that I'm stronger. And that's it. And that's it. And it doesn't matter how much your society degrades, and it doesn't matter how much it decays, and it doesn't matter how many people get thrown into poverty, and it doesn't matter whether or not you live during a Great Depression era. None of that matters, because you can just shrug and say they're weak. And you'll just continue living in your opulence and your luxury, thinking that your cheap PS5 is the best thing going on. Okay. But stop telling me you're smart. Stop telling me that you're intelligent or literate. Stop telling me that you know what's going on, or that your opinion about these people even matters. Because you're not smart, and you're not literate, and you don't know what's going on. You're not clever, right? You're actually kind of dumb. But you are a big, strong bully. You got that going for you. Because if your big concern in life is that you got a cheap PS5, well, okay. Good for you. Good for you. Now you're just listing nations that have successfully defended themselves against capitalists. This is the last leg of the dim-witted, right? The big bully with the big brain. Burkina Faso, I don't know enough about to comment on. Angola, I don't know enough. Afghanistan, are you joking? The United States has invaded it. The USSR, yeah, successfully defeated the Nazis, first people into space. Albania, don't know enough about it. Yugoslavia was destroyed by NATO. North Korea was destroyed by the United States during the Korean War. Cuba successfully defended itself against Americans, still is defending itself against Americans. China, literally the world superpower, number one trader in the world. Vietnam, like the Vietnam War, are you kidding? Laos, literally bombed to the earth by capitalists. Why, out of so many of them, all fallen? Because they got bombed to shit. Like, I know your position, mate. Like, strength, might makes right? Like, might makes right. Like, they are strong. They weren't able to successfully, completely defeat U.S. imperialism, right? They weren't able to come to America and bring to America what America brought to them. And so America is right, and the capitalism wins, and they are wrong because they're weak. Right? That's it. Like, this is what you care about. America has the military strength to dominate others, and therefore they are powerful. And therefore they are good. And that, who are the people who the United States picks on? The people who have the temerity or the tenacity to stand up and say, we see a different way. Cuba has not fallen. China has not fallen. Vietnam and Laos have not fallen. Right? They were destroyed, certainly, by enormous acts of United States aggression. Like, certainly. But China is run by a communist party today. Today. Now. They're the number one trading partner in the world right now. Who's at the helm? The Chinese Communist Party. With a 90% approval rating in China. Like I could get into the like nuances of what happened with the USSR, but I don't think that matters to you. Right? And we could get into the nuances of North Korea, but again, I don't think that matters to you. Like you've said it over and over and over again, right? Power is what matters. Strength is what matters. What matters is that your team wins. Right? You've chosen your side, which is your team, capital. You're rooting for that team no matter what. Right? And as long as it keeps giving you money, and as long as it keeps making you happy, and as long as you're allowed to thrive in it, then it's good. But if everybody else around you is suffering because of it, well then that's okay because you're strong and they're weak. Like, no wonder. You can't build a society on this. Yep. Ziandoval, good to see you, by the way, my man. I shot the runner leading the race, so obviously they're an inferior athlete. Capitalist logic every time. Yeah. Cuba and North Korea are only surviving because of the accumulation of capital during the time of the USSR. This is how they breathe today. Also, their accumulation of capital has stagnated. That's why they still look and live like the decades of the USSR today. Just ignore the sanctions, right? Just ignore the sanction regime, which you do. With old tech and goods, China was living this until they decided to implement market mechanisms and then really started working and took millions of people out of poverty. Yeah, correct. And again, markets are not capitalism, right? We've discussed this. What is capitalism? The defining characteristic of capital is the relationship between the employer and the employee, right? That it wasn't capitalism that lifted those millions of people out of poverty. It was the policies underneath the Communist Party that distributed that wealth into the society. It was policies like the fact that, no one's debating this, mate. Markets are not capitalism. Cuba and China are both socialist, right? They say so. But a very fundamental aspect due to market, and markets can't exist without capitalism. False. Absolutely false. Like bare bones, down to the earth, 100%. You need to change your thinking on this point, if you can. Markets are not capitalism. Markets are not capitalism. There have been markets under feudalism. There have been markets in slave societies. How do you have a slave market without a market? Like there have been markets during the times of kings. There have been markets in feudal economies. How do you think people traded? When you watch the movie Aladdin, where does Aladdin steal the food from? The market, ruled by a sultan. There have been markets since time immemorial. There have been markets in the very bottom of every society that has ever existed and that has ever persisted. Markets are not capitalism. Just because a communist society led by communists attempting to move its society towards communism says, hey, we should liberalize our markets and open up markets and try to make markets happen, doesn't make them capitalist. Even if you said, hey, foreign capital, foreign capitalists over there, come over here, do business with us. still doesn't make you a capitalist. That when America did a similar thing, do you know what happened? When America does a similar thing that the Chinese have done, do you know what happens? All the wealth goes to the top, and the people on the bottom get poorer. That's what happens. Because that's what happens in a capitalist society, where your means of distributing wealth is exclusively based on how effectively someone can sell themselves to an employer. That's what actually happens. And you've got it all tied up in your head. You've just decided, for whatever reason, and I don't even care, that markets equal capitalism. Well, I can't imagine a more false statement. Observably false. Verifiably false. Obviously false. Flagrantly false. Completely wrong. What makes capitalism capitalism and not feudalism is the relationship. Yeah, again, the market economy thing. Capitalism is not markets. I just don't know what to tell you here, man. Like, you're just stuck. You're just a repeating NPC. I'm just watching somebody's brain fritz out, and I don't know how to get you out of it. I don't know how to get you over this hump, my man. You're just saying the same thing. You're stuck. You've made a decision, and you're going to die on this hill, as wrong as you are, as verifiably incorrect as you actually are. You've just decided to die on this hill. The freer the market, the prosperous the city and the province. Literally, no one is arguing this. Like, you are arguing a point that no one is arguing. Like, we know. Like, I'm not arguing with you on this. Like, we know that open markets, having markets, trade, right? Trade brings prosperity and wealth. We know. The question is, how is that wealth distributed and who has access to it? And in capitalist configurations, where the only wealth distribution method is the sale of one's labor to the asset holding class, to those who own the market and who can purchase the market itself, right? You end up with massive amounts of poverty. Because the people who own the wealth and the assets don't need the entire labor of the society. They just don't need it. You can only buy so many pairs of pants. You can only have so many televisions. You can only have so many cars. You can only have so many things before it's superfluous and you just don't need it. But if you're the one guy who has all the money and all the wealth, then you're the one person that everybody needs to sell themselves to. That's the configuration of the capitalist system. It works that way. In non-capitalist markets, and in non-capitalist systems that have markets, right? The wealth is distributed into the society. It may accumulate at the top, and it does, in fact, in Chinese society. There are definitely billionaires. But there are mechanisms such as in-house, in-company voting groups that are constitutionally guaranteed in China's constitution that facilitate the distribution of wealth into the society, that facilitate that actually force that trickle-down thing we heard so much about, that actually forces that to happen via a mechanism. Jidox, good to see you. Twin, good to see you, man. We got people coming into my chat fairly late. Wow. I feel like the Twitch stream wants to be up late. Mate, I think the best thing for you to do, Orita Pino, really, and I'm not, please don't be insulted by this, really, and I hope you're not insulted when I say this. Please just admit to yourself now. Take this moment and really admit to yourself. Sit in a dark room and just acknowledge the truth that you don't know anything about the subject. You don't know anything about communism. You don't know anything about socialism. You don't know anything about capitalism. And just admit that. Just admit that. You're going to be better off. Jidox, I'm going to answer your question, but I definitely want to read this comment given by Twin Tower Enjoyer. I just finished The Twin Towers, my man. It's a good book. The USA and Europe are only surviving because of the accumulation of capital during the time of imperialism and the colonial rape, and this is how they breathe today, although their empire has stagnated, and this is why millions live on the streets and suffer from hunger with old clothes. China has never... I hate it that it jumps down like that. China has never done any imperialism and took people out of poverty by their own efforts without stealing. What a great comment, Twin Tower. Thanks so much, bud. I appreciate that comment. Thank you so much, my man. I appreciate that. Jidox asks, out of curiosity, were you always on the left or did you hold previous ideologies before it? I was born into a fundamentalist Christian conservative household, and so I grew up with fundamentalist Christian conservative ideologies. As I grew up, I kind of cast that aside. The conservative aspect went first. I held on to the Christianity for longer than I should have. But the aspects of Christianity, i.e. the poverty alleviation, the pursuit of social justice, always stuck around, and I always believed in that. And I came kind of late to Marxism, honestly. I always considered myself on the left. I was always fighting for stuff like the basic income, stuff for like the climate change issue, like this sort of stuff. And always researching about the New Deal, like that kind of thing. But I really pivoted to the left because of Jordan Peterson. That Peterson came out and started talking shit about the communists, and so I started to research communism, and I realized, oh, I'm a communist, and I think I always have been. And so thanks, Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I think... Ortopedo writes, I'm an economist student in the Federal University of Pernambuco. Yeah. I'm indoctrinated by my university in Pernambuco. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. What the capitalists will do, Pindo, right? What they will do is they will fund economics, quote-unquote economics departments. This is how you got the Chicago School of Thinking, right? Milton Friedman, who helped Pinochet invade Chile, right? Not invade Chile, but do a coup on Chile, right? That they fund that they fund economics departments in order to do exactly what I'm seeing here, to convince people that markets are capitalism, to convince people that monopolies are somehow beneficial, right? Like this kind of stuff. Like you are being indoctrinated into a system of thought. And that system of thought, and of course, because you're wealthy, right? You can go to a university in Brazil. Because you are wealthy, you can you are being indoctrinated into a capitalist mode of thinking, so that the capitalists can get a good yes man, somebody to run their properties, someone to run their assets. That's their goal for you. Is to get somebody who will just be a good yes man and do what they're told. So that when it comes your time to lay off 20% or 10% of the workforce, you'll say yes, sir, and do what you're told. That's what's happening to you right now. And that's what economics departments across the capitalist world are actually there for. They're not there to actually give you an honest perspective of what capital actually is. That's why you're not going to read Marx, right? That's why you're not going to have a section that's actually going to teach you about Marxism. You're not actually going to read the works of Karl Marx. You're not going to have a class that's Marxism 101. That's not going to happen. If you do talk about Marx, it'll be this like real side-glancing shit where you'll never actually read the stuff he wrote. So you'll keep saying stuff like markets are capitalism without an understanding of the actual configuration of what capital actually is. That you are essentially going to a school to be taught how to be a good capitalist. So that when it's your turn to pull the trigger, you will. Like a good boy. Bad ST wrote, very bad you didn't live in Kolotsk in Soviet Union. You would talk this shit. I'd love to live in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union did great things for its people. Right? And goddamn, if there were Nazis coming to my border, for sure I'd pick up a gun. Twin Tower writes, rare Peterson win. Yeah, Peterson's a weird guy. He's an interesting figure. I actually have an article that I've been meaning to read this whole time, but I don't know if I will now because we're getting quite late. But now I've got a lot of people suddenly on Twitch. Maybe I should rethink my hours. I don't know. What is your chief criticism of right libertarian ideology? I don't really buy into ideologies that can be disproven with a single game of Monopoly, right? That the right libertarian ideology basically says the problem is government. That if the government just got its hands off my Medicare, then everything would be better, right? And if we just got off our Medicaid, yeah, Murray Rothbard, what a fucking loser that guy is. You should read more Rothbard. Murray Rothbard, yeah, total fraud. Right libertarian ideology essentially says the problem is government. If government regulation went away and everybody was just able to operate within a free market, then you would see the best outcome. That fundamentally, and what's interesting about libertarians is that they're actually ahead of conservatives and liberals because they're willing to acknowledge that something has gone wrong, right? That puts them well ahead of liberals and conservatives. The liberals and conservatives here in Canada and across America have finally come to their senses because I think that they have finally realized that, okay, we can no longer live in this state of total denial that it's a you problem, right? So that's gone away. This it's a you problem has finally gone away because now the conservatives and the liberals know people who are actually suffering, or they themselves are actually suffering. The consequences of the collapse of the capitalist system, right? Libertarians and communists were ahead of that. That the libertarians were willing to stand up and say, alongside the communists, that something has gone wrong, right? So that put them ahead of the conservatives and the liberals. The trouble with libertarians, rather, is that their solution is we need to do capitalism harder. That that they point at government, which is owned widely by the capitalist class, as the problem, and that if we just obliterate the government itself, we will suddenly usher in a new era because of the perfection of the invisible hand of the free market, right? This, of course, can be disproven completely with a single game of Monopoly, right? Once you play one game of Monopoly, you just can't take this seriously anymore. Right? You sit down at a table, it doesn't matter how many players you have, you play the game of Monopoly, what happens? Eventually one person owns everything. Now, if you're a right-wing fascist, right, that's great. That's perfect. One person wins everything. The strong beats the weak, right? Forget about the random nature of it. Forget about the fact that one person is born with $1 billion and another person is born with nothing. Like, forget about any of that, right? That doesn't matter because that it's just the strong survives. That's it. If you're a far right fascist, but if you have a brain in your head, right? If you're intelligent, you realize pretty quickly, like, yeah, this is no way to organize an economy. Like, this is no way to organize something sustainable. This is no way to actually organize something that's going to make sense. Which is why the communists have come up with an idea that is heretical, right? Communists come up with a system of thinking that is completely heretical to the capitalist mindset. And that mode of thinking is called having a plan. That the capitalists love talking about the free market, right? that they say, let the free market decide. Well, this is no different than saying, let chaos reign. Right? Let the free market decide. Let chaos reign. Well, if you let chaos reign, don't be too surprised if the result is chaos. And so communists look at that idea of letting chaos reign, and they think that's not a good thing to do. You should have a plan. You should come up with an idea, with a thought, with a way of organizing that's going to be beneficial. That if you're going to let chaos reign, it's better to do it in small little boxes. It's okay to create a little box, to create a section of your economy, and say within that section, chaos can reign here, but it can't go elsewhere. So that when chaos occurs and the result is the chaos that ensues, that capitalism brings into systems, it's contained, and the people who are involved in the chaos understand that they're involved in it. And they're in their little chaos box. That's not how the capitalists think. They think, let's let the chaos reign everywhere. I think the idea of free market economies is the classic game theory that it's the incentive of capitalists to produce the best quality products to sell for profit. It's in the interest of the workers to choose the employer which gives them the highest wages. Yet this idea is cute, but it ignores completely the reality of monopolies. I just had like a fairly long conversation about this very thing, so I'll just be brief. That eventually someone has so much market power that they basically buy the market itself. And they can buy up competitors, they can buy out everybody, right? And then once they are the monopoly owner of the society, once they have control of the assets, the wider assets of the society, you can't go anywhere else. You just can't go anywhere. Right? Socialist policies also crashed our economy in 2025. Bro's living in the future. Bro's living in the future. This Pindo guy is just being fed like a whole bunch of bullshit, man. Like it's real crazy the bullshit this guy's talking about. Like this Pindo guy just doesn't care about monopolies. Similarly happens in Venezuela. Yeah, because the sanction regime doesn't have anything to do with what's happening in Venezuela. Yikes. Like, Hugo Chavez comes in, improves the quality of life of everybody in Venezuela. The United States wages an economic war against Venezuela, but people like Pindo just ignore it. Just like they ignore most of the things that actually happen around them. And enjoy your quote-unquote education, my man. Like, the people around you are lying to you. And will continue to lie to you. Because they're incentivized to do so. Because they need you to pull that switch. That when you are finally in a position where you are told to lay a bunch of people off or to do something really dirty or dingy, I hope you think of this. I hope you think of this moment right here where somebody told you it was going to happen. That's the entire reason they're doing it. Is so that you are their hitman and that you'll do so without even thinking about it. You'll just pull the trigger. What have you guys been talking about? Dark age mindset, yeah. The banks plug numbers into a computer, they hit enter. The debt goes to you until it's paid, and they create money by simply hitting enter. They don't have that cash sitting in the vault. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the fiat currency, right? That's the system. Isaac says, does this guy know that Vietnam veterans are retiring in Vietnam because they can't afford to live in the United States? He does not. Zian, we should try stagnating with affordable housing and healthcare like Cuba. Yeah, like Capitalists consider stability to be stagnation. That activity is good, but stability is stagnation, right? By my research, it's around, this is from Outlaw Barber, by my research, it's around 8,500 to 10,000 people running the show as far as central banking systems and banking and stock markets in general. You don't need a formal sit down to know what's good for them, yeah. These people go to the same country clubs, same schools, won't do business outside that circle. That's exactly right. And if you want to be part of that circle, like if you want to make it to that upper echelon, you got to do what you're told, right? And that's the entire reason. Oh yeah, Pindo, poor people need to stop being lazy. That's what it is. Enjoy your PS5, my man. Say thanks to your dad for paying for your school. Like, hopefully one day you'll have enough consciousness, you'll have enough awareness to realize that there is a life outside of your own. Because all I think you are right now, buddy, is an NPC, basically doing what you're told. Nothing strangles freedom of a market like the profits being the priority. Needs, innovation, and efficiency, yeah. A distant second to capital and almighty profit. Yeah, Murray Rothbard, the guy who advocated for an open market for child adoption. What a great guy. Yep. And of course, the privatization of the ocean. Outlaw says, order is following the most dangerous mindset to have ever existed. This is why I'm an anarchist. I reject the idea of authority and government because it puts us in opposition with ourselves, the workers. Tinker writes, don't forget that creature Ayn Rand. She advocated for free markets and took government health care towards the end of her life. She also thought serial killer Hickman was a hero of hers, yeah. There are winners and losers, and those that make the rules. There's no free market. I love that old utopian chestnut, yeah. There's a great documentary that Jamie Johnson and Johnson family made called Born Rich, and holy, these guys will be shocked what they think of us that are not born rich. Yeah, I don't think I will be shocked. Just go to Home Depot and look at the lawnmowers. Basically do the same thing, 40 different brands of lawnmowers. This is capitalist innovation, yeah. We write in 2025 fan fiction now? Yeah. Imagine thinking poor people don't work hard, yeah. He's basically an extreme right-wing apologist. No need to entertain him anymore at this point. I think you're right, Baked Potato. Like, I think we've said what we had to say, and it's just whether or not he wants to believe it. I just think that what we're confronting now is a religious ideology, right? And what's the religious ideology? It's the worship of the self, the worship of money, and the worship of the team, right? That my daddy said that this is good, and that's my team, right? It's benefiting me, so myself, and I'm making money, so that's good, and it all reinforces itself. That's the trifecta. And this guy's given us all the signs. So there's just like, at this point, it's a religious ideology, and there's just no reason to continue. How dare you, John, comparing my Palpatine to Bolsonaro? Palpatine was a genius. He knew exactly what he was doing by manipulating everyone, including Jedi and Yoda. Good point, dude. The guy telling me I should work hard makes me wealth and not useless stuff like Marxism. Yeah. How dare you know something about the world? How dare you not want to exploit others? Right? How dare you want to live in the world in peace? How dare you want to spread stability? Right? This is how you know that the capitalists are on the wrong side. That the capitalists are not talking about stability. Right? They'll talk about prosperity. They'll talk about wealth. They'll talk about the free market. Right? Chaos. Right? They'll talk about these things. They'll never talk about stability because they're not actually interested in it. And that's explicitly true. Like, literally, my favorite, billionaire CEO says unemployment has to jump to put arrogant workers in their place. I'm going to read this again because I've got some new viewers here. Tim Gurner. This is from Tim Gurner, founder and CEO of the Gurner Group. People decided they didn't really want to work so much through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40 to 50%, in my view. We need to see some pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. There's been this systemic change where employers feel that the employees feel that the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. Gerner then predicted that enacting massive layoffs would lead to less arrogance in the employment market. So these people are psychos, right? And we can call them psychos because they're saying stuff like this, because they're being total psychos. This guy wants to lay off 50% of the workforce to teach them a lesson. It's a psychotic thing to say. And that's your capitalist innovation right there. Twin Tower writes, if too little hard work was the problem, then why are African women carrying water to the village poor? Yeah, exactly. The issue isn't hard work. The issue is status and position. Jadok says, isn't that an issue with cronyism and such? Not Oh, okay. Let's entertain this, okay? Jadok writes, isn't that an issue with cronyism, right? That's not capitalism, that's crony capitalism, right? And such, and not capitalism itself. Are there not ways within a market economy to prevent the monopolies that doesn't involve complete socialism? So this argument that says it's not capitalism, it's crony capitalism. Crony capitalism is capitalism. Okay, that you are creating a distinction wherein one does not exist. That the way it ends up working is that capitalists will eventually accumulate so much wealth, right, that they are able to buy political power. It's very straightforward. You're seeing it happen right now. Like that eventually private capital will just have so much wealth that they are able to buy political influence with it because they have so much disposable income. And it's through this purchasing of political power that they are able to advance capitalism, right, into what Lenin called its greatest form, which is imperialism. And this this idea of crony capitalism is a feature of capitalism. It's not capitalism gone awry. It's not capitalism off the rails. It is capitalism. It's how it works, and how it will always work. And it's because what you have in a capitalist system is what communists call a dictatorship of capital, right? That we pretend as though we have a democracy, right? We pretend we have a robust democratic system where we have many options to choose from. But the truth is that you're really just choosing from two capitalists, right? Here in Canada, we have three capitalists that we get to choose from. And so that's a dictatorship of capital, that it doesn't matter what you choose, you're always choosing a capitalist. And the solution that communists have come up with, and that seems to work, is to overthrow the system of capital, get capitalism out of your political system, and create what they call a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a dictatorship of the workers, so that the only people who are electable or elected are workers, and that capitalists, i.e. asset holders, are simply not allowed to participate and are simply not allowed to be in the system at all. And that's the idea. I don't see a better way to do it. Because if you allow capitalism to infect your system, to corrupt your system, then eventually the capitalists will simply legislate and legalize corruption. That's it. Sybin18 writes, poor people need to stop being lazy. Is this guy actually serious? What a fucking loser. He is serious. I think one of the things that we need to acknowledge as leftists and as communists, Sybin, good strong comment, by the way, bud. The thing we need to acknowledge is that these people most definitely exist. Not only do they exist, they are they staunchly believe in their religious doctrine. And at this point, it is a religious ideology. It is not a science, even though they believe it might be. It is a religious ideology. That religious ideology has three components to it that really matter. What I call the unholy trinity of the capitalist death cult. Those components are the worship of money, so taking the idea of money and turning it into a highest value of itself, something to be attained in and of itself. That even the idea of money as a way to facilitate trade or to mobilize labor is distilled out of the conversation, and that the goal is simply to have the highest number, the highest value. That's it. The higher the number, the better you are. And it's the worship of this pursuit. That it's not about what you can do with your money, and it's not about what you can affect with your money. It's about having money. It's the worship of money. That's number one. Number two is the worship of the self. I am the only thing that matters. The world revolves around me, kind of thinking. And this is articulated most cleanly in the idea of individualism, right? Individualism is the way that selfish people have found to discuss their selfishness with new language, right? That if you actually just take out the word individual or individualism in the conversation when they talk about this and just replace it with selfishness, it's the same. Only it's just more obvious where their allegiance actually lies. And so they worship themselves, right? That the community doesn't matter. There is no such thing as society, so says Thatcher. There is no wider institutional force. You don't need to pay any attention to any of that. All that matters is you, is yourself. And that's why everything is always, well, what are you doing? Pull yourself up. You need to work hard. You're being lazy because you're worshiping yourself. And if you worship yourself and you have no institutional critique whatsoever, right, then the only solutions that you can ever find in the conversation are ones that are driven by the self, right? So, and I'm doing well, and I'm rich, I have money, I'm doing great. Well, you're poor, you don't have any money, the problem must be you. And you have no societal critique, and you have no connection whatsoever. The fundamental sort of joke about the individualist mindset is that it is fundamentally saying that the individual, one person, is stronger than all of the other individuals in the society, all of the institutions that exist in the society that we deny as an individualist, but also all of the forces of the power of the universe, right? So the individualist doesn't care that they were randomly generated and put into a spot, right, without their consent or even knowledge. Like, they don't care about that at all. That doesn't even compute. They don't care about the history of their family. They don't care about their upbringing. They don't care about their schools. They don't care about their teachers. They don't care about any of that. They care about themselves. And all of the good things that happen in their life are their responsibility. And all of this has nothing to do with it because they're selfish, because they worship themselves. So that's two. You got the worship of money, you got the worship of the self. And then finally is the third, what I used to call the worship of stupidity, but I came to see that was alienating, so I have turned it into the worship of the tribe. And that tribe is capitalism itself and capitalists itself. So it doesn't matter what evidence exists, it doesn't matter what reality exists, it doesn't matter what facts exist, it doesn't matter what the capitalists themselves have even done. Because it's the team that did it, it's good. And that's all it is. You can just ignore the evidence, or even better, you can just accept the evidence and just say, oh, well, it was for the better good. They were savages and we just sent culture in, they're better off, right? This is the worship of the tribe, or the worship of the ideology itself, right? Which makes sense because, and these things reinforce themselves, right? I am part of the tribe, therefore the tribe must be good because I am part of it. And the tribe is making me rich and getting me more money through its ideology, and that facilitates me. And so these things reinforce themselves. And if one goes, they all go. Like if you realize that money is not actually a thing, that it doesn't exist, that it is in many ways just an idol or a god that we worship, then the pursuit of it becomes obviously pointless. If you realize that there is a community and that you are not the main character in a video game, but you are one character of many characters, and that we all are equal in our validity of our existence, well, then your worship of money and the worship of your tribe stops making so much sense. And of course, if you stop worshiping your tribe, right, and you start and their ideology, you start to see the flaws and you start to see the failings for what they are, right? Then you start to recognize that the idol that they worship and the worship of your own self is weakened as well. So there's many ways to go about it and to disintegrate it, but it is a self-reinforcing triangle that reinforces itself and is closed. And it's a fundamentalist religious ideology, is what it is. Pretending to be a science, right? Like this guy that we just talked to, this Pindu guy. I highly recommend, if you want to see this whole thing in action, go back and watch the conversation I just had with this guy, right? You will see a fundamentalist religious ideologist, and that's what he is. He's not a scientist. He's not interested in facts. He's not interested in evidence. He's interested in his religious ideology, is what he's interested in. And he has every reason to be. It self-reinforces, right? His daddy believes it, right? His family believes it. And his family is wealthy and rich. And if you take a look at his family heritage, he probably was involved in some fucking slavery and shit to get that wealth, right? But John, I bet the kid you're talking to has a dad who owns 2 Ford dealerships or something. Yeah, that's classic. This is the mindset of the oligarchs in Latin America. They don't care about poor children living in extreme poor conditions with their bellies full of typeworm. Yeah. Outlaw says, you were 100% right at the end of capitalism. These psychopaths will be the equivalent of Bond villains, living in far corners of the world, still trying to control us by any means necessary. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. And it's going to get way worse. It's going to get way more obvious. Like this is pretty obvious. Like this is pretty on the nose, right? Like this is pretty on the nose. We could admit that a billionaire walking around saying we need to increase the suffering. We need to see some pain in the economy, right? We could admit that that's a pretty psychotic thing to say. We need to see some pain in the economy. Like this guy's a psychopath, right? Pretty obviously. And I'm not saying that to insult. I'm saying that so that we get an accurate sense in our mind of what we're dealing with. One of the big flaws, in my view, or one of the big weaknesses, I should say, of communists throughout time is that they grant capitalists more leeway and more benefit of the doubt than the capitalists are due. Right? And that the capitalists will use that benefit of the doubt to their advantage in order to maximize the suffering of the communist. That we need to actually understand what we're up against. And what we're up against is a raving, foaming at the mouth psychopath who is not interested in solving these problems. I don't need Nazis in my chat, bud. Stop being a Nazi. It's very straightforward. Right back at you, bud. Hey, Gat, how you doing, bud? I'm glad to see you again, man. I know I was rude to you the last time that we met, and the last time that you were in the chat, my man. And I'm glad to see that you're back, because I treated you badly. Ooh, yeah, we're definitely going to deny that. Just casual racism. Cool, bud. You're a cool person who I definitely want to take seriously, my man. Saying that kind of dumb stuff. Yeah, I mean, I take you seriously insofar as I think you're a dangerous person who needs to stop talking and use your ears, listen a little bit more. Maybe learn something, grow up a little bit. I think growing up is important for you. Gat says, I may deserve some of the language. I support capitalism. I benefit from it. Well, but that doesn't excuse me from being rude, you know? Like, I think one of the lessons that I took away from that exchange, my man, is that if I'm going to do this, then I need to be able to engage with people seriously. That I think it was, you said to me that I was being dismissive. And I was being dismissive. That's the truth. I was being dismissive. And if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to engage in these conversations, if I'm going to sit here and open myself up to this, right, and to have people come into my chat and talk to them the way that I'm doing now, then I have no right to be dismissive. I think that's the thing that you taught me and that I learned, is that I don't have the convenience. It's not something that I can afford to do. And moreover, it's something I don't have the right to do. Right? That is something that the capitalists have the right to do because they've bought that right. They can simply dismiss me and send me back to my poverty. Right? And they can go off to their mansion and they can go to their car. Right? That's their right to do. It's not mine. Thank you, Gat. I appreciate that, my man. I do. It's very kind of you. And, like, I don't deny that I have, like, in the global scale of things, it is true to say that globally speaking, right, like, I have food and I have shelter. The cost is that I have to sell my life to get it, but that's what I have access to. And that I'm not willing to exploit others in order to increase my wealth. That's something that I get asked a lot. Like, well, if your ideology is so correct, then why aren't you rich? Well, because to get rich under this system is to exploit others, and I won't do it. I just won't do it. So you don't get rich. Very simply. Demand Better asks, there are multiple parties in China. How many are a form of communist? I'm going to be honest with you, Demand Better. I haven't done a big deep dive into the other parties. Right? That learning that there were multiple parties was all I really needed to know. And that the truth is that the overwhelming power of the Communist Party of China, or the Chinese Communist Party, is the Communist Party of China. Which one is it actually? Yeah, it doesn't matter. In this moment, it doesn't matter. The overwhelming power of that party, as well as the overwhelming popularity of that party, is really the thing to focus on in this moment. Maybe one day, if I'm curious, the Communist Party of China. Yeah, I knew it, Ligand Disease. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. But if that's something worth, I don't know, is it worth looking into? I'm not sure. Isaac says, Chris Hedges says that the only options we have in our political system is between gonorrhea or syphilis. Yeah. We seriously cannot give clemency this time around. I mean, like, for God's sakes, we're facing an extinction moment. Right? We're facing a real honest to God extinction moment. Like, we can't give capitalists the benefit of the doubt anymore. It's always supposed to be Communist Party of X country. Oh, okay, interesting. Gat writes, I hire a laborer guy from the Home Depot parking lot next to me. His name is Martin. He speaks bad English, so still I pay him $80 a week to clean up my place, and he does. Am I exploiting him? So, Gat, I want to be really clear when I talk to you about this, okay? That the shortest possible answer is yes, but the more robust and delicate, the more robust way of saying it is that your fellow Martin, as well as you, exist within a system of exploitation. That you are not interacting with this guy thinking to yourself, haha, I'm going to go out there and cause him problems. And I'm going to denigrate him. And I bet you anything that you probably think positively of this gentleman. Right? That, yeah, You buy him a burger, you offer a beer, you probably are very nice to him. I bet you are, my man. I bet you are, right? There's a system that exists in place to have him outside the Home Depot in the first place, right? That the system that exists to have a man standing outside that Home Depot looking to be a laborer for you, this exchange is itself exploitive, right? Well, he is undocumented. That's part of the system. That's part of the structure of the system, right? To keep him in a position of weakness, to ensure that he is always someone who doesn't have any assets, to ensure that he is always in a position where he doesn't have a foothold, right? And I'm trying to make something really clear to here, Gat, because I think this is important, and I really do think that this is important, right? I'm not trying to say you are a shitty person, you're bad, how dare you. That's not what's being said here, okay? That we're all in this ridiculous situation together, and that we can acknowledge that the system exists as a system of exploitation while still attempting to interact with one another in the best way that we possibly can. I tested him first time. I had a bunch of coins. I watched if he would steal. He didn't steal any. Yeah. Right? Because he's probably a good man. And you're probably a good man. Okay? Like, the two of you are good men. And you're both trying to navigate this situation. Right? That you're in. And the situation that you're in is that you are in a position of wealth. You are benefiting. You are on the beneficiary side of the divide. Right? You are an asset holder. You've got wealth for yourself. Right? You have found a certain degree of stability. And that side of the divide exists. Right? And that is true. That within the system of capital, there must be a percentage of the population, and that percentage is getting smaller and smaller, that actually experiences benefits. It has to exist. Right? And you are within that. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. That you are within the system of circumstance just like the rest of us. And that within that circumstance, there are going to be people who, roll the D20, if you want a D&D term, or who roll sevens, who hit the lottery, right? There's going to be people whose circumstances come out to their benefit, and that they live that kind of life, and that's how it is. My critique is not of you. I think this is the thing that I need to drive towards. My critique is not an individualistic critique. Is not a critique of the individual. And I need to remind myself of that, because that's where a lot of my frustration can come from, is that I get angry with an individual. But it's not a critique of an individual, it's a critique of a system. It's a critique of a system that puts this fellow Martin in the position that he is in, so that he is standing in front of that Home Depot in the first place, so that he is saying to him so that he is undocumented, so that he is in poverty, so that he doesn't have access to stable work, so that he needs to be made available, so that someone like yourself, a good man, in a situation dealing with this system as you are dealing with him, can come by, and for $80 a week, you can have this fellow come by and clean up your place. Right? And my question to you is that, would you support the idea that this man simply have access to food and shelter? That food and shelter, in a society that throws away 40% of its food, in a society where thousands of apartments and thousands of homes are empty, do you support the idea that a man like Martin should simply have food and shelter? And if your answer to that is no, that a person like Martin and yourself and everybody else in your society should not have access to food and shelter, freely given by simply the society existing, why? And Gat says, I hope he gets food from the food bank. I don't know. Yeah, food he should have. I think he prefers drink to food. But yeah, well, we're all doing whatever we can to get through. That's my opinion. People will say to me, aren't you worried that if you give money to a homeless person, they'll buy drugs with it? I don't care at all. Whatever they need to do to make it through. Whatever they need to do. I don't care. Like, I don't get why, like, what do you think I was going to do with that money? What do you think rich people do with their money? Like, we're all buying the drug that we need to get through to have some little glimmer of something, or to even numb it, right? That if we genuinely cared about this person and his drink, then we would provide food and shelter. And that's good of you, Gat. I got to tell you, man, that's good of you. It's good of you, because sometimes people say no. Because sometimes people say no. Right? And that's where I come to a loggerhead, right? Because you and I in this moment can acknowledge that we are all just attempting to deal with the circumstances and the situation that we have in front of us, and that but we hope and wish it could be better. Right? Simply by saying you wish that he had food, you are saying that you wish it could be better. And my belief, and I'll believe this until the day I die, no matter what happens, my belief is that we can do that. That we can do that. I believe that we can do that. That we can create a system to distribute food and to get people into shelter with dignity, and we can just do it. And we don't need to find a reason. And we don't need to make an excuse. And we don't even need to create any kind of larger rationale. We don't need anything at all. That we can say, here is food, here is shelter, simply because you are alive. And that's it. And that's it. That this is the backbone of my belief. Food stamps are one way to go about it, but food stamps end up being a control mechanism, a way to kind of control access, right? That the poor get rationed and the rich get to throw away 40% of their food, right? There's your capitalist innovation right there, right? There's your fair distribution of resources. Like, the capitalists have gotten to a point where they're unwilling to deal with corpses piling up, right? So they need to put people into total subsistence. This is a waste of everybody's time. This is a waste of everybody's effort and a waste of everybody's energy. Even the energy of printing out the fucking food stamps. Even the energy to print them out and the resources to do that, to me, is a total waste. We throw away 40% of our food. That means that we could increase our consumption of food by 40% before we even need to begin speaking about basic moderation. Forget about rationing, right? Forget about any of that. Before we even begin talking about, whoa, guys, maybe we should be a bit more moderate in how much we are consuming, we could eat 40% more than we do now. The 40% goes in the bin. And of course, our good friend Pindo likes to chime in. We're not wasting the food. People are simply not buying them. Correct. That is the mechanism by which we are wasting the food. That is called waste. You'll learn that in your economics department even. Because they're poor. Right. Correct. What's wild about you, Pindo, is that like you'll outright say what's going on and then say, and that's good. You really want to consider, dude, that you might be standing on the deck of the Death Star. Right? In the bin because past expiration, yeah. Like the apples are rotting, yeah. Food goes bad, right? And the capitalists have seen to it to put what's called a best before date. And that best before date makes grocery stores throw the food out well before it even expires, which has created a culture of what's called dumpster diving, where people will go into these grocery store dumpsters and find the food that has been thrown out that's still perfectly good. It's just past its best before date. And then they'll create larger meals with it and distribute it into the public. You should look this up. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing that some people engage in, dumpster diving. And France recently, because of the riots that have been going on in France recently passed a piece of legislation that said the grocery stores must donate this food first. Yeah, Gat says, well, if it's rotting and the milk went sour, no one's going to buy it. That's not what's happening. That isn't what's actually happening. That the food that's getting thrown away is just past its best before date. Right? And like, do yourself a favor, Gat. Buy a bit of milk, keep it in your fridge, sealed. Right? Keep that milk in your fridge sealed. And wait about a week after its best before date and then open it up. You ask me if it's gone spoiled or not. Yeah, there will always be food waste. 40% seems too much to me. Yep. And also, I mean, you know who's able to tell whether or not something's really gone spoiled or not? People. A person is able to tell if something has gone spoiled. And so to throw something, and there was this process, there was something that happened over COVID that people don't even really believe, but it happened, where because food prices were going up, and this is something that still happens, but I haven't seen it reported too widely any longer because for obvious reasons. Grocery stores over COVID were throwing out more food than usual, right? And there were people out of work over COVID, right? Because that's how it went. And so grocery stores were hiring security details in order to guard the dumpsters, to keep people from getting access to the food that they were throwing away. Like, this is your capitalist innovation. That's your capitalist innovation right there. Right? That capitalists are willing to pay for cops to protect their assets from the consequences of their actions, but they're not willing to spend less money in order to give those assets to people who need them. Pindo writes, we can't kill hunger because hunger people have every day. It's not something you fight. You're just basically admitting that the system of capital is a total failure. That's all. Right? Capitalists can't kill hunger. You're right. Correct. Because the system of capital fails. It doesn't know how to distribute goods. It doesn't know how to distribute things evenly into the society. So you're correct. Capitalism fails to kill hunger. Correct. Subscribe, maybe. Good to see you, man. Yeah, had to hold back when my liberal teacher brought up the communism no food myth in regards to Stalin. I mean, we're well beyond. We don't need to hold back. We just need to ask. Oh, do I have it right here? I had it. The CIA itself has admitted and acknowledged. I'll look around for this document for you later. Somebody remind me of this in the Discord. The CIA itself has admitted that the Soviet Union had an on-par caloric intake to the United States. That fussy capitalist losers try to finesse the numbers to make the number technically lower, but it's not low enough to even begin getting into starvation or even hunger territory. Right? People in the Soviet Union ate about as well as people in the United States. And even the CIA has acknowledged it and admitted it. And it's just silliness at this point. Like, it's just silly. So you can find that document. I'll find that document and I'll put it in the Discord to give to you later, because it's just something that you can just literally show people. Right? It is getting to this point, you guys. Like, it's getting to this point where literally somebody can say something, you could just hold up a single piece of paper and the conversation ends. Or it continues and they reveal that they're just a religious ideologue. Right? That's it. So, Eric writes, we certainly cannot give an inch towards a conservative since they'll stab you in the back every single time, yeah? Outlaw writes, to help any other working class people by helping them within the current system we are under is not exploitation. It's being a human being and trying to help each other get along as much as we can. Yeah, Outlaw, that's a better way of putting it. That I think my point, what I was trying to get towards, was that the system of capital is what's exploiting, and that we are just operating within that system of exploitation. And so long as we are fighting and working to resolve that system of exploitation, then we are on the right side. That it's not the engaging in the system that makes someone moral or immoral, or an exploiter or non-exploiter. It's not the engagement with the system, because the system exists and we can't do anything about that. Well, and we have to acknowledge that, and we have to deal with that. The system exists. And if you want to eat, and if you want to help other people out, and if you want to have that kind of arrangement, then you have to engage in the system as it exists. But it's whether or not you're trying to change that system. It's whether or not you're trying to move the system to be less exploitive or not. That's what matters. That's what puts you on the right side or the wrong side of this whole conversation. That if you're going to stand up and say the system of exploitation is fine as it is, or that we should make the system more exploitive, like this billionaire CEO, that makes you a living piece of shit. But if you're willing to say the system is exploitive and I would like it to not be so, and I will fight to make it not so, and I will do my best however I can to make it not so, or I will even support just in my voice and through my vote to make it less so, or to make it not so, then you're pushing in the right direction. And that's what matters. That we're all just trying to get by in the system as it exists. And that's tough. That's tough. But it's whether or not you're willing to say, we can do better, and we should do better. That's what matters. All right, guys, it's well past. I've stayed an extra hour, in fact, and that is because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or on Thursday because my father is in town, and I'm going to spend those days with him. Good night to you, Outlaw Barber. Good night to all of you. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. It's always uplifting. This was a really good stream. This stream really confirmed some stuff for me, and it really helped me out in a lot of positive ways. So thank you all for being here. Each and every one of you. Always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes You'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity that they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.